This chair doesn't raise up and down. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday evening, May 4th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the Gorham Planning Board. Would you please join me in pledging allegiance to the flag? Thank you. Mrs. Ironman, would you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hager?
Here.
Mr. Benson?
Here.
Mr. Frank?
Here.
Mr. Walsh?
Here.
Mr. Delaney?
Here.
Mr. Crucifulli?
Here.
Ms. Nichols?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, in our packet, we have approval of the minutes from the April 6th, 2026 Planning Board meeting. I look to our secretary, Ms. Nichols. Do you have any comments, questions, suggestions, edits?
I did not find any edits that needed to be made to the minutes of the planning board meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else, members of the board, had a chance to review it? Any questions, comments, edits?
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion?
Please, Mr. Walsh.
I move that we accept the planning board minutes, meeting minutes of April 6th, 2026 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second, please?
I will second that.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full audience this evening. The next section in our agenda is reports. I have a few things to say before we start this meeting. First of all, last month we started a sign-in sheet. So let me explain, please. This is the script that we read last month that's going to be repeated this evening. Before we begin the public hearing portion of this meeting, which will be in a little while, I want to note that we have a voluntary sign-in sheet available for anyone who wishes to speak this evening. I was told there's a clipboard in the back someplace. Signing in simply helps me keep track of speakers and manage the order of comments. Signing in is not required to speak. If you did not sign in, you will still have the opportunity. Just raise your hand when I ask for additional speakers. Someone from the planning department will then go down and grab the clipboard. I will then begin by calling speakers from the sign-in list in the order received. After we have gone through the list, I will ask if there is anyone else who wishes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record as you approach the podium before speaking. Speakers who did not sign in, if there is anyone who did not sign in and would like to speak, I will ask them to please approach the podium and recognize them as well. There's a few people in the audience this evening. One of the luxuries of being chairman is that I can limit the amount of time that each person can speak. So if I look randomly and say there's about 80 people and everyone has 3 minutes, that's like almost 4 hours of time. We do have a 10 p.m. curfew unless it's abridged by the sitting members of the board, which may or may not happen. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, when we see how many people actually want to speak. Is that okay so far? I also want to read something for everyone's knowledge before we begin. You know, what is the planning board? We have 7 members. We review proposed development projects and make decisions on them following state law and local ordinances. If a project adheres to the state and local laws and ordinances, then it can be approved. Local ordinances are online, at the website, etc., or you can come in town and here and go upstairs and ask to review them. Please.
Damon, would you please go into the hallway and make sure there's seating for those folks? We have a room set aside for spillover, and I don't want anyone standing in the hallway who can't hear. So there's a TV in the room next door to us, one of our conference rooms, that is, there's a TV there that will play the exact meeting, the exact minute that we talk. So Damon is coming to help out with that. If anyone would like to sit down rather than stand up for 4 hours, feel free. There are signs that will show you where to go, but I see that Kevin also is helping out the gentleman who just went out back. So feel free to go and sit in that room. You'll see the exact same meeting. You'll have a chance to talk because we will come and get you at the time when the public hearing begins. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
I noticed
appreciate that.
there's so many people in the hallway.
Sure, sure. And if we have 4 hours, I wouldn't want to be standing either.
Right.
I believe that's all I have at this moment.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Mr. Walsh.
Mayor proposed that we adjust the agenda and defer the committee discussions to our next meeting, since we are having a second meeting this month, just for the sake of time.
I'm sorry, say that again?
To save time, how about we just don't talk about the committees tonight, and we handle that at our next meeting? They're not that
As you
exciting.
wish. So we want to remove ordinance review, comprehensive plan implementation.
Yes,
Is that a motion?
so moved.
Is there a second, please? I'll second. Mr. Delaney, thank you. So we will avoid those items right now. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Looking to the right, we okay? Okay, here we go. Ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, item number 4, public hearing. This is a public hearing, site plan, Amazon.com Services LLC, a request for review of a proposal to construct a 146,280 square foot warehouse facility with parking, access drives for trucks and delivery vans, utilities, and other associated infrastructure on map 30, Lot 1, I'm sorry, thank you. Zoned industrial. The applicant is represented by Chris Taylor, PE, with Sebago Techniques. I look to planning to please introduce this.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me, I'm just going to read this so I don't leave out anything. Tonight is the first public hearing on a major site plan application for a 146,280 square foot warehouse and distribution facility, reviewed under the town's Land Use and Development Code, which is Chapter 300. At this stage, the planning board is looking at whether the application meets the applicable code standards and what, if any, conditions, waivers, or plan revisions may be needed before a final decision. Town staff and peer review consultants have reviewed the application against the town's zoning and site plan standards. That review covers, among other items, whether this use is allowed in this zoning district, site layout, traffic and circulation, pedestrian connections, stormwater and erosion control, utilities, natural resources, groundwater protection, lighting, waste disposal, landscaping and buffering, noise, and other applicable ordinance requirements. In addition, separate reviews are underway by the Maine DEP, Maine DOT, the Portland Water District, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers under applicable state and federal requirements. Planning staff summarized the full review, including written public comments. That means anybody who sent in anything in writing to us is inside this memo. Anything we received this afternoon is in front of the planning board as a written document and was emailed to them as well. The staff review memo is provided to the board the week ahead of the meeting, and it's also posted online in advance. A number of items remain to be completed through state agency review, planning board action, and plan revisions. For the board, the remaining steps include acting on any waiver requests and identifying any revisions needed for the application and plans to meet the applicable code standards. So first, the pending external permits that we have that I mentioned, the Maine DEP, which is site location and development and stormwater, Maine DOT, which is the traffic movement permit, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers wetland permits, the Maine DOT traffic movement permit. That review and scoping is in progress. We've set a date for a June meeting. Portland Water District, the applicant is still waiting a response to the capacity to serve letter. Some of the other outstanding plan revisions and information needed from our peer review and staff reviews include some stormwater edits and updating, noise, some additional information related to the noise standards. The sidewalk pedestrian connection, we would like some clarity and confirmation on whether they intend to meet the off-site connection requirements or if they intend to pay the fee in lieu. Dumpster enclosure. So I would like the screening details for the dumpster enclosure shown somewhere in the detailed pages. EV charging spaces, confirm the total number of vehicle spaces used for the accessibility calculation to address the code enforcement officer comment. Traffic driveway design, provide driveway profiles and grades, and address whether the turning lanes are warranted as part of the traffic analysis and the main DOT process, which again, we'll be meeting with them in June. Staff, DOT, and the applicant meet in order to discuss this item. Address the fire chief review items, which includes hydrant source, Knox box, lock box, fire lanes, no parking signage. And then address any of the other staff comments that are within the review memo. Finally, the planning board needs to decide on one requested waiver as well as provide direction for two possible additional waivers that staff and peer review has found in our reviews. So one of them is the curb cut waiver. That is to allow 3 curb cuts where the ordinance allows 1. And then the 2 others that were flagged were overhead utility, possible waiver for that. The applicant should submit the request for that and the justification in writing. And then loading dock widths, which was flagged by our peer review engineer. And with that, I turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. Any questions for our planning department? Mr. Taylor.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Christina Bernardin, Vice President of Development and Construction with Blue Water Property Group. We are the developer representing the applicant, Amazon.com Services LLC. I really appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening to present our project. The last time we met at the sketch plan meeting, the board raised questions and comments on the project, and we've taken the time to further define and refine our design with our design team and submit a full application for the site plan before you today. So our goal this evening is to provide a presentation as a comprehensive overview of the project that we propose here in Gorham. With me are members of the design team, they will introduce themselves as they speak to their parts. Also with me, and one of the questions and comments that we heard at the sketch plan meeting was to hear from Amazon directly. Amazon is a logistics company. They focus on bringing packages to you all, but I heard that concern, brought it over to Amazon, and they thought this was an important meeting for them to attend. So with me this evening is Jonathan Greeley. Jonathan leads economic development for New England and some other states, including Virginia. He has taken the time out of his day to come before us and speak a little bit more about Amazon and what we're proposing for you this evening. So Amazon. John, feel free to come up.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of tech over here. Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Greeley. I lead economic development for Amazon in New England. I'm based in Boston. To the planning board, thanks for having me. And to stakeholders here tonight, thanks for coming. We're excited to be here. The proposal you're going to see tonight is part of a $4 billion investment in our last mile network that Amazon announced last year. The goal being that we want to make sure the same Amazon experience that you're receiving in large metropolitan areas is available to small cities and towns across the country. Our goal is to provide the same delivery speed, product availability, and quality service to our customers across the country and right here in Maine. Today, the majority of Amazon packages delivered in Maine go through third parties, such as FedEx and USPS. Moving forward, we will continue to work with those partners and just recently signed a new contract with USPS. But the goal here is to think about how we continue to plan for the future with an eye towards our growth and anticipated needs of our customers, again, including those in Maine. I'd like to spend a minute highlighting what you're going to see about this proposed last mile delivery station before letting the experts take over. Today, or in the future, packages will arrive in Maine, arriving from fulfillment centers in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, and making its way here directly here from those fulfillment centers or through sortation facilities also in New England. They will then be processed at a facility like the one we're proposing tonight before making its way to customers. We had the great fortune of opening a similar but smaller facility in Caribou last year, Caribou, Maine. So we've been running a last mile facility in Maine for the last 6-7 months and certainly have had additional buildings that have been widely reported on that we're considering developing as well. Happy to talk about any of those at any point in time. I also would like to note that 60% of the items that sold on Amazon.com are actually from small and medium-sized businesses across the country. I'd also note that our customers are not just households, but businesses that rely on deliveries throughout the country and through Maine. So why Gorham? I always say that when we select a site, it's a three-legged stool. It's the land, the building, the dirt. Can we do what we need to do? Town leaders have worked hard to prepare this site for this kind of development for a long time. We're thrilled to be able to meet that invitation with our proposed investment. It's also the talent. Can we find the people to make sure that we can help this building run and do what it needs to do? And most importantly, it's all of you. It's the partnership. Who's on the other side of the table? We certainly expressed a robust review and discussion of this proposal at the local and state level. But ultimately, we're looking to find partners to think about how we grow and evolve over time. To date, we've consistently had productive conversations with leaders here in Gorham and look forward to doing that with this board and everybody else gathered here tonight. I'll be here the rest of the meeting and looking forward to answering any questions, comments, concerns. I think the best thing to do is get into the details of the project and let the team kind of get into that, but I look forward to the discussion to follow. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here. Thanks for letting me be here.
If I may, do we want to let people know in the back that there is another conference room with chairs around the back? Okay. I'm sorry, please proceed.
Thank you. Okay. While Chris is getting that organized, I don't think it's presenting. They're controlling it. Okay. All right. So this slide demonstrates an overview of the project team and the members who are on this team. And as a reminder, Amazon is the owner. They are the purchaser of the site and the user of the facility after it gets built. Blue Water Property Group is the developer. Blue Water Property Group we, over our time and with our predecessors, we've developed over 43 million square feet of industrial warehouse. We've partnered with Amazon and also have many projects under development with them in New England as well. So we've worked with them as a preferred developer for quite some time. Our project team includes Sebago Technics and others who you'll hear from this evening. As we enter into new locations, we try to make sure we're represented by local project team members who know the area, know the town, and know the concerns that we need to raise during our design. Okay, let's do this. Yeah. In terms of overall site location, this is a wider aerial to showcase where the site is. The site sits on Main Street. It's abutted by residential uses to the west, commercial uses to the north, and it's part of within the Gorham Industrial Park. So you have industrial uses to the east as well and to the south. From a high-level overview, the project that we're proposing is approximately 146,000 square foot facility. Just for context, the Costco in Scarborough is a little bit larger than this facility in terms of size. So it would be a last mile distribution facility, so it will receive packages from fulfillment and sortation centers. It would get organized in this facility and then go directly to the consumers using delivery service partners. The facility will operate on a 24/7 basis. With this type of investment in towns, there are benefits that this project brings. For a project of this size and scale, typical investment is in excess of $20 million, which generates a new assessed value added to the tax base. Also, for permanent jobs, the employment for a typical facility of the size would have an average of up to 170 jobs. It could be more than that as well for delivery stations, and includes permanent and part-time and other employment opportunities with the third-party delivery partners. During the construction of the site, you can estimate approximately 100 construction jobs or more. And in our experience with bringing a facility of this type, there are other improved benefits, whether it's offsite improvements that are dictated by its use, indirect employment, or local procurement as well. With that, I will pass it on to Chris Taylor with Sebago.
Good evening, board members. My name is Chris Taylor. I'm a professional engineer with Sebago Technics, representing the applicant tonight. Sorry about this. I apologize.
Technology's great.
Yes. All right, there we go. Now we're working correct. So this is the site in red is the existing facility. Highlighted is the property boundary. It's located in the eastern side of town, in the industrial park. As we go through the next slides, we'll progressively getting a little bit more and more zoomed in, focus on the details. It's a 94-acre parcel. It's owned by the town of Gorham. Site's abuts industrial, commercial, and residential uses. Industrial is primarily on the east side of the site, residential on the west side, and some commercial mixed use with residential on the north along Main Street. The parcel is also divided by a PWD easement that runs down the middle of the property here. And that kind of divides the development and came into play when we were considering the layout. The applicant has performed much due diligence on the site, survey, natural resource delineation, cultural resource investigation, as well as geotechnical investigation on the site as well. And this, as many board members remember, this was the site, the eastern portion of the site was the location of a previously approved cold storage development. This plan here shows a proposed development in relation to the whole property. Development is clustered towards the northern end of the property, up against Main Street. This allows the development to have a reduced footprint, as well as reducing the amount of impervious area. The layout was configured to minimize the amount of disturbance to natural resources, which I'll talk about more later on in the presentation. Building and truck and van loading areas are located on the eastern portion of the property, adjacent to the industrial uses. The large van parking lot is located on the western portion of the property. This plan is the same plan as before, but just zoomed in a little bit more to focus on the development. I want to reiterate that this is a last mile distribution warehouse, meaning that parcels come into the site on tractor trailers, packages get sorted inside the building, they get loaded onto vans, and then the vans go out to make the deliveries. So with that kind of process in mind, I want to kind of walk through how the site operates. On the right side over here, this is the driveway proposed for the truck access. This is where trucks will come into the facility, enter the loading dock, and packages will be offloaded from the truck into the building. This middle portion up front is the employee parking lot. Employees coming to the site that work inside the building will use this driveway here, park in this parking lot, enter the building, and go about their day and their job inside the building. Van and delivery drivers will use the western entrance over here. They will pull into the van parking lot over here with their personal vehicle, get out, move into the delivery van or delivery vehicle. At their designated time, they'll move along the back of the site into the van queuing area. When they're called forward, they'll move to the rear of the building under a canopy, which is the van loading area. The drivers will grab the packages that go into their delivery vehicle, load up their delivery vehicle, and then they move out as a wave for the vans getting loaded up there. They use that same entrance that they came in out onto Main Street. We are proposing 3 driveways, and as town staff mentioned, we are requesting a waiver for that. Main Street will also is intended to be widened, which is represented on this plan. That we are trying to coordinate with the Maine DOT and town staff on how to best configure that. We've looked at it conceptually and are planning on doing a center left turn lane, but there's options for dedicated left turn lanes as well, but we're going to coordinate that through with the traffic engineers, traffic experts, and that will be a topic of discussion at the scoping meeting scheduled for in June. Stormwater basins for the project are on the site. They're kind of the dark green areas on this plan. 3 of them are in the south of the site, and 1 is to the north, as that is how the majority of the site drains, is to the south. We're proposing 2 wet ponds as well as 2 under-drain soil filters. Buffers for the development are along the frontage, Main Street, as well as the western portion of the property. There's a 100-foot setback from Main Street right away to the nearest parking spaces. That's part of the ordinance requirement. We'll also be maintaining the vegetation through and along the frontage of the site, as well as supplementing that with some additional screening plants. As well as there's a significant vegetated buffer along the western portion of the property. The nearest point of the van parking lot is 150 feet to the residences to the west. And then it increases from there over 200 feet. The the vegetation in the 100-foot setback and as well as additional setback and buffer is going to be maintained. We're proposing a 6-foot solid fence along the western side of the van parking lot to screen the residential properties. We're also proposing additional plantings, evergreen, deciduous, mostly evergreen plantings on the outside or western side of the fence. There are some deciduous trees in there as well to get some height, some early growth, and shading. There's a robust planting plan that we can share if there's any questions about it. But we are proposing plantings throughout and significant screening along the frontage, views from Main Street and from the residences to the west. Just kind of running through some stats and facts about the proposed development. The parcel is 94 acres. We're proposing to develop about 30 acres of cleared area. That includes just over 20 acres of land that will be considered developed, which is a mix of impervious and landscaped kind of lawn area. And the development includes approximately 18 acres of impervious area. We are proposing wetland fill as part of this development. There's approximately 0.8 acres of wetland fill. I'll discuss that a little bit further in the presentation as well. Utilities for the project are all proposed from Main Street. That includes water, sewer, electricity, and gas. For water, there's 2 services, a 2-inch domestic service and an 8-inch fire protection service. For the fire protection service, there is a tank and booster pump proposed on the site to help meet those fire protection demands. Sewer will be serviced by an extension in Main Street that is currently under construction. If you drive through that area, you will have noticed the construction going on. The pump station for that sewer extension is located on the property, and that will be handed over to Portland Water District, as is all of the town of Gorham's sewer infrastructure. And there'll be an easement associated with that pump station that will be granted to Portland Water District to kind of maintain that sewer pump station that services this site and the surrounding neighborhood. For electricity, development is proposing to extend 3-phase power to the site. That will run down Main Street, and then the service for the development will cross over Main Street and to a riser pole. From there, the electrical service to the building will go underground and service the building. We're proposing a second service that's going to go to the western portion of the property. That's for electric vehicle chargers. If you looking on this plan, the electrical service comes in near the employee entrance, and there is the infrastructure and all the electrical equipment for the EV chargers is on the western portion of the property located here. In order to do so, we have to cross a PWD easement. In discussions with them, they would prefer that the electrical service be overhead rather than digging under the ground and putting that electrical infrastructure near the large transmission pipe that's in the PWD easement. So that's why we're proposing the overhead service to the western portion of the site. And getting to that is a waiver request that we have. So we do have, and Carol brought this up, but we do have 2 waiver requests. One which we discussed previously is for the multiple curb cuts onto Main Street. We're requesting that to separate out the vehicle types, trucks, employee vehicles, and delivery vans. I'll also note that the 2 entrances, there's 2 of the 3 entrances were previously proposed with the cold storage building. They're in the similar location. And then there's an additional one for the western portion of the site, partially due to that PWD easement too, and trying to limit the amount of traffic that crosses that PWD easement. And then we also have combined the curb cut for the employees. That will be used by Portland Water District to maintain the pump station that's on the property as well. So we have tried to combine uses in that regard. The second waiver that we're requesting is for the overhead electrical service, which we just discussed. And I do want to point out that the The service to the building is going to be underground. It's just the service that's going to the western portion of the site to service electric vehicle chargers. We have done a lot of due diligence on the site. We've worked with Maine Historic Preservation Commission, independent archaeological consultants. They have been out doing extensive testing in the vicinity of the Moser homestead, the former Moser homestead. The town started this work as part of their due diligence when they purchased the property. And then the applicant has consulted with the same archaeologist to further that investigation. They've conducted a number of test pits. They've reported all their findings to Maine Historic Preservation Commission. Maine Historic Preservation Commission came back and agreed with their definition or interpretation of where the cultural resource should be. That line outlines around the former foundation of the house. We've marked that on the plans. That area is to be preserved. If there's any work in there, the recommendation is that the archaeologist be out on site witnessing any ground disturbance within that area. There might be a little bit right up on Main Street due to the widening for traffic that encroaches slightly within that area, but that's the only area that we're proposing to encroach within that limits that has kind of been set by the archaeologists and Maine Historic. For natural areas, Maine Natural Areas Program has reviewed the site. They came back with their findings saying that there's no rare botanical features that have been mapped in the area. We've also done consultation with Maine Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. They came back with a letter basically saying that they don't have any mapped essential habitat that would be affected by this project. And I will note that the letter from Inland Fisheries and Wildlife did specifically address upland sandpiper, which has historically been documented on the site. But IF&W has previously conducted studies in the vicinity and said without detection, and their ruling is that, or in the letter they state that they don't expect any impact to upland sandpiper as a result of this project. I'll also note that Flycatcher has been out to the site and did an evaluation of the site. Their determination was that the vegetation is not suitable habitat for the upland sandpiper, which is a similar interpretation as Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, basically that the vegetation has grown in, it's no longer suitable habitat for the upland sandpiper. This map here is a map showing the proposed development as well as the map natural resources, wetland resources on the site. The wetlands are mapped in the light green. There's also streams that are on the property, which are shown in dark blue. And then at the southern portion of the site, there are 2 vernal pools, which are in dark green. The red on the map represents the area of wetland that's being impacted by the project or disturbed, which is 0.8 acres. I'll note that there's approximately 19.5 acres of wetlands on the site. When you take into account the wetlands, the vernal pool habitat, and some other additional restrictions, including the residential buffer setback, as well as the PWD easement, the total restricted area that has development restrictions on it is 45 acres. So there is a large portion of the site that's restricted from these different developments that's restricted from development. And with that, you can see how the development has really been shaped around the wetlands, trying to utilize the upland area and the large upland areas in the northern portion of the property as much as possible, while minimizing impacts to wetlands, and also providing a large buffer to the critical wetland resources of streams and vernal pools that are on the site. For traffic, we have submitted a traffic movement permit, sections 1 through 6. That's been reviewed by the DOT. We responded to their initial comments, revised some information that they wanted, resubmitted. That's been deemed complete. We've worked with Maine DOT, excuse me here. So what we've submitted with the TMP are two things in terms of trip generation. One is a schedule for this specific facility that provides the type of vehicle, the number of trips for each vehicle type on a half-hour basis. We've also, the applicant has also conducted surveys at existing facilities that are similar to this and counted traffic that has been generated from those facilities. That information was submitted to the Maine DOT and established a trip generation rate during the peak hour timeframe. That's what Maine DOT primarily uses when we're doing traffic studies. So that Maine DOT mostly cares about the peak hour when the traffic is heaviest on the road. We have also submitted that half-hour breakdown of when traffic's expected, when employees are coming in, when vans are leaving, when trucks are coming in, to provide that kind of background and information, detailed information about the development and the schedule. We're anticipating approximately 3,000 trips per day from this facility. Approximately 2/3 of the van and employee trips will leave and depart to the east towards Westbrook and further on. And we'll note that the truck route is also to the east. It'll towards exit 47 on I-95. So it'll utilize Main Street, Route 25, and the Westbrook Arterial to get to I-95, which is this map here. Truck route is highlighted in yellow. The blue lines on this map are lines that we are mapping trips through. They don't show up on the truck route because all the trucks take the same route, but we do have similar maps to this showing the employee distribution throughout the road network and the van distribution throughout the road network. I'm not going to pull those up now, but we do have them. If there's any questions, we can talk to those. This is a typical sign for a facility like this, ground-mounted sign that will be located next to the employee entrance. This is proposed to get finalized once all the information, building address, number, and the center area here, the areas will be revised to point to the appropriate driveway entrances. We'll make an application to the code enforcement officer for the sign, and the size of the sign will be based on the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the sign ordinance. For lighting, this is a kind of a very colorful picture representing the light levels on the site. The lighting is proposed for driveways, walkways, parking, and loading areas. The lighting is downward facing and is contained within the proposed development or the developed portion of the site. This is a very colorful exhibit. The red and yellow areas, actually I should back up a second. The white area represents the building with the colored areas kind of around it representing where light will be on the site. The red and yellow areas represent higher intensity light. Green light, the green areas are less lit areas. I shouldn't say less, but they're less than the red and the yellow. Blue areas are areas that are minimal or no light from the proposed lights on the site. From this, you can see how tightly packed or how tight the light stays within the proposed development. There's very little shed off from the proposed lighting. This white line over here on the western edge of the development, this represents a 100-foot setback to the property line actually, so there is still a large buffer between this line and the abutting properties. So with that, we feel that the light is not really moving onto, I'm blanking on the word here, but it's not moving onto the adjacent properties. I'll also point out that The height of the light poles varies across the site. We've tried to make the light poles shorter as they get closer to residential properties. Over on the right side of the development, in the truck loading area over here, light poles are at 35-foot fixture height. In the employee parking lot, they're 25 feet. And in the van parking lot on the western side of the site, as well as the driveway for the vans and the staging area, those are all 20-foot light pole or fixture height. So that tries to cut down and reduce the level and the amount of spill and the spread from the lights. As previously mentioned, we are proposing stormwater infrastructure for this project. Runoff from the development will be captured in stormwater basins designed to remove pollutants and slow the rate of runoff from the development. We are proposing 2 wet ponds and 2 under-drain soil filters. They have been designed to comply with Maine DEP Chapter 500 rules, which do have requirements for pollutant removal, detention, and not increasing peak runoff rates, as well as cooling runoff and storing it for a period of time before it makes its way further downstream. Even though this is a large development, we are proposing low-impact development practices included in the design. We're meeting a lot of the goals of the DEP for low-impact development, and we do have some low-impact development measures, which include open channel conveyance of stormwater and vegetated under-drain soil filters. The next 2 plans show the drainage patterns for the site. This is the existing conditions. I won't get into too much detail other than that most of the site drains to the south, and we're maintaining existing drainage patterns. This is a proposed development, maintaining those drainage patterns, and not draining and directing flow towards abutting residential properties. With that, I will turn it over to Ben with Ostergaard Acoustical.
Good evening, Ben Muller. I'm a principal of Ostergaard Acoustical Associates. We're a New Jersey-based acoustic consulting firm. I've been doing work in the field of acoustics for over 25 years now, and this is essentially what we do day in, day out is work on developments and applications and look towards codes for our guidelines on how to make a project compatible with the area. So as part of our scope of work, we did a number of things, looking at our applicable codes, which we'll get into in a second, building an acoustical model. The acoustical model is essentially our way of stitching the two together. We know how loud trucks are, we know how loud HVAC equipment is. The model allows us to put those two together. And then lastly, if we have any exceedances or areas of improvement, then we can develop mitigation measures to align with code. We see code across a few different areas. There are no county codes that apply. Maine DEP provides an extensive overview under Chapter 375. They regulate hourly average sound levels to protected locations. Protected locations are something that they allow the defining of, and we're going to just consider them call them residential for topic of tonight, but limiting daytime sound emissions to 60 dBA, dB being abbreviation for decibel, A being the A weighting, which is the correction curve for how our ears hear best. So environmental noise traditionally follows the A weighting frequency metric. It's during the daytime and then during the nighttime, which obviously is lower to be more in tune to increase sensitivity during sleeping, and that reduces to 50 dBA at night. Now I point out that the code is referenced as an hourly average sound, so it is a statistical metric. The idea being that you can have occasional higher levels, sometimes lower levels, but overall that the balance is needed in order to meet the intent of the code. When we have protected locations that are in commercial industrial locations, the limits are increased by 10. And then when we talked about this being statistical, At no point should maximum sound levels from a facility exceed 5 dB above the thresholds that we discussed. Under Town of Gorham, we have two major areas that discuss noise. One is Chapter 2-1, Section H. It regulates noise to 75 dBA at the lot lines for all properties. That's a global ordinance for regardless of the use. Of note, though, is that motor vehicle and safety signals such as backup alarms are exempt from these provisions. The reason behind that is, of course, that motor vehicles are mobile, they go off on public roadways, and they must abide by state and federal ordinances, and then safety signals is a safety measure. We'll put a pin in that, though, because we'll talk about that in more detail in the next slide. The other section in the Town of Gorham shows Chapter 4, Section 4-9. We see a rehashing in a more abbreviated fashion, but of the main DEP regulation. For residential receptors, 60 dBA hourly average for daytime, 50 dBA at night. The industrial and commercial limits is 10 dB higher. And then at no point should we exceed 5 dB over those thresholds. So we have great alignment here, aside from the 75 dB lot line limit. But I think you'll see as the presentation continues that that gets consumed in the rest of it's not the most stringent of criteria here. Okay, so just my slide indicating the overall area. I know we've seen the layout often, but the focus of my slide here is to highlight the residential receptors are primarily to the northwest and the west on Shamrock. We do have the northeast of the site is a mixed use district, and there are residences that are established there, but they are substantially far away from the site. Okay, so when we look at our acoustical model, right, there's several factors that we want to continue to maintain in an effort to be conservative. All of our receptors are evaluated at a second story elevation, 15 feet above grade, and that's because that's typically where the bedroom is, and it's a higher vantage point that can sometimes see sound differently than if you were on grade. When we look at our HVAC model, very straightforward. HVAC noise is continuous in nature and operates around the clock. I do acknowledge that we can have cycling on and off, but essentially it's a steady noise contributor. We heavy hand this here by assuming that the entire building is heated and cooled. This is an appropriate, helpful demonstration at this stage in the project. While we will eventually know what the exact make and model of all the HVAC equipment is, this is our ability at this stage in the design to throw something at it that is conservative, while also allowing us to highlight the ability to comply with code. We're also going to talk about some vehicle models. We have one that's going to cover the busy time for the delivery and the on-site motor vehicles within the personnel for the employees and the delivery vehicles. Just giving some references, typical personnel vehicle produces maximum levels of 59 at 50 feet. That's traditionally at a on-site vehicle speed, say 15 miles per hour. The busiest hour, which occurs at noon on the site, and is 189 vehicles. And I know when we talk about numbers throughout this evening, they appear to be a lot. But one of the challenges and the means that for this presentation, the sound report or study at least, is that 189 vehicles in an hour, you wouldn't model all of those as occurring at the same time. They're distributed across that hour. And so what we try to do is slide that to be something that will be reasonably conservative while also being more realistic. And it's hard to find where that happy medium is. What we did was we said, let's take that 189, we'll divide it over 15-minute periods. So we divided that number by 4. And essentially what we're going to show in a moment is the distribution of 47 vehicles operating on the site at the same exact time. Again, that's heavy-handed because across that 15-minute period, it doesn't take you 15 minutes to arrive, get to where you need to be, and park. So just to kind of point out the domain of time is something that is a little lost in our exhibits here. Lastly, talk about the truck models. So we know a motor vehicle, 59 at 50 feet. Trucks are anywhere from 74 to 79, so substantially higher in level. It's not a surprise to anyone. Idling trucks are around 62 at 50 feet. It's not a focus of our sound study, specifically because it's low in level, and then also we have state regulations that limit the duration of idling. So from a noise point of view, this is not a concern for our findings. And then lastly, you heard earlier that as part of the plan, we're proposing a 6-foot solid fence in the western part of the property, and that's going to help for visual screening, but also have a noise control benefit. Okay, so we just saw, I'm competing with the lighting exhibit, which was also pretty. Here we're showing sound contours. Not that I intend to follow the same color direction, but here greens are low in level. The reds and the blues and purples will be higher. You see that with the building situated on the east side, even with all the units operating at the same time, by the time they fall off, we have a significant distance, looking at maximum sound limits in the range of 31 to 35 at residential receptors. A through C are shown here on the west side. Those are all Shamrock. D is up to the northwest. E is, I'm not quite sure whether it's a resident. I just put it in there to be sure. It's some sort of commercial, but there might be a resident there too, so we've included it. There's no receptors to the east because that's our adjacent trucking facility. So HVAC overall pretty tame, not too much to talk about here. Okay, going into the delivery and personnel activity, this is the modeling of the 47 vehicles on site at the same time. Now, at noon, what you'll see is there'll be an employee shift change, so that's going to result in some activity in the lot north of the building. You're also going to see that's the final wave of delivery vehicles, so there'll be some people who will still be coming and getting into their vehicle or personal vehicle to their delivery van, and then traveling over to the southeast corner of the site to queue and load, and then depart. And so I think this is a helpful visualization of what that site might be when all elements are operating at the same time. You can see the effect of the sound barrier, the sound fence on the west side, where it causes, as the vehicles approach it, it performs higher reduction. Overall off-site sound limits are anywhere from 47 to 50. So what we highlight here is that even though this is when the most vehicles will be on site, and that it will be at noon, that this model exhibits that it has the ability to comply with the nighttime limits of both Gorham and the DEP, regardless. So hopefully a helpful aid to put the site into perspective. The only nighttime activity that occurs is a shift change, and then that activity is focused on the northern parking lot north of the building, which is the furthest from the residential receptors. Okay, and then next we look at our truck operations. So this building and the dock configuration have similarities to the previously approved cold storage. I think that's acoustically advantageous. Not only do we have screening from the truck court by the building that's proposed, but it also keeps everything the furthest it possibly could be away from existing residences. We look at two different truck positions here. One I placed in the northern part of the truck court, which is exhibited here. We're showing maximum levels of 45, 46 are seen, and then the attenuation here is really just due to distance alone. There isn't any need for supplemental mitigation. The model here that we're showing when we talked about our truck noise sources, it includes a driving truck, coupling to coupling, which is the connection or deconnecting of a trailer. It includes air brake release, and it includes backup alarm. So despite the idea or the regulation exempting that is something that we're highlighting that complies regardless. And then we also have truck position 2, which is then further in the southern part of the site. We tried to move that in the turning bulb so that the southwestern residences had some line of sight. Again, we see maximum levels of around 40 are realized here, really putting all of our trucks almost about equivalent to where the existing trucking facility is to our east here. A couple other things to measure as I'm winding up down here. One of the comments made by the board was regarding construction noise. I kind of glossed over that when we talked about our codes, but Gorham has it under their noise ordinance, a discussion about construction noise, and the approach there is to take an administrative one. So construction is limited to between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and that's how the noise, that's how protection of the public is done, by prohibiting it from being outside of those hours. If it is outside of those hours, then it would have to comply with the regulation limits, and that's regardless of what kind of project it is. I'm not too worried about the construction element, right? That's a temporary feature, and then when you see what actual construction noise we're talking about, maybe the earth moving phase has the biggest equipment, but the majority of the project involves, wiring or painting or establishing signs. There's a lot of construction elements that are not noise intense. And then lastly, before I summarize too, our report was reviewed by the town's peer reviewer, and they generally agree with the conclusions that I presented this evening. One element that they wanted to talk about in more detail was backup alarms and the concerns about that. I think we've shown here that is readily addressed. Also wanted to point out the other measures that are in place. So the delivery vans do have a backup alarm as well. We have 3 features there that are in use to help control or minimize the potential for impact there. One is that delivery operations are 9 a.m. to roughly 9 p.m. By 10 p.m., everyone has returned and is heading back home. So that's kept within the entire daytime hour of the code. Number 2 is that the proposed fence is going to be an aid in that. And number 3, which is something that, as you get too detailed, it becomes more complex. So our approach is always broad brush. But backup alarms are highly directional. And if we recall, let me go back here. If you look at the western lot, all those parking lots are nominally situated in the north-south direction. So that in itself lends to the limiting of having backup alarms face west and to exhibit sounds in that direction. So that trifecta really has me not concerned specifically about backup alarms creating a nuisance or impacting the public well-being. Summarizing everything we talked about, we have well-defined codes. I think that's great. Gorham lines with DEP. I'm more than content with those as being protective of the public health, safety, and well-being. For comparison, New Jersey, which is where my firm's from, the nighttime noise code limit is 50 there. Connecticut, a neighboring state also, or nearby state, their nighttime noise limit is 51. So 50 is an appropriate limit, and we've seen that be successful in many places. When we look at our HVAC, compliance with a wide margin, really not worth not why we're here for discussion tonight. When we talk about delivery vehicles and the truck activity, we also showed the same, though, that the ability to comply given dimensions and site orientation. Where the model too, this is important to highlight here in my summary, but we talked about the code being an average, being an hourly average. We know from the motor vehicle activity and the truck activity that it's mobile, it's dynamic, it goes and it comes. So the models that we've just shown tonight are all snapshots, freeze frames of that maximum level. 3 seconds later or 5 minutes later, it's a different environment. That noise has subsided. And so all of that goes to help the average limit. So we've shown in our noise study with a conservative slant that we're able to meet those average limits, hourly average limits, just based on our maximum models alone. And the site will fully comply with the applicable regulations, and then that allows us to conclude that there's no negative impact from on-site operations in the surrounding area. Pass it back to Chris.
Thank you.
Again, Chris Taylor with Sebago Technics. I've got a couple of slides here that are going to show 3D renderings of what the development looks like. This one here is a zoom out. It shows the whole property, how it fits within the neighborhood. You can see the rear of the property does have that's that area back here that's being undeveloped, being maintained in its natural state, or current state. Development focused up by Main Street, over by, close to the existing industrial use, and how this activity is over here and it lessens over on the west side. This orientation is flipped from all the other kind of orientations that you were looking at before. This is looking south for majority, and then the plan views are looking north, so if there's any, we are reversed orientation there. This is more of a zoom in, kind of a detailed focus of the development. I'll note you can see the fence along the western part of the van parking lot. This white area here. You can also see the stormwater basins. This is one of the wet ponds. This is the other wet pond that has standing water in it, so it stands out a little bit. And then there's also a lot of the screening and proposed vegetation that's associated with this development is shown on in this rendering. We've got trees in the landscape islands in the parking lot, evergreen trees along to screen the parking lot from view of Main Street along here. There's some evergreen trees on the outside of the fence on the west side here. More evergreens along the employee parking lot to screen the view from Main Street as well. Plantings in front of the building, throughout the parking lot, along the back side of the van drive aisle. Last rendered view is from the abutting residences on Shamrock Drive. This location is taken between the second and third house down on Shamrock Drive. It's at the closest point to the van parking lot. So that point where it comes to 150 feet from the abutting properties, and then you can see over here it goes further away. The height of this is also basically at the roof line of the existing houses, so it is elevated up pretty high to look over a lot of that existing vegetation. You can see the building and kind of how massive or the scale of the building would be. I don't want to call it massive from this view, but the mass of the building in the background here, and the height of it representative to the landscaping and everything else around it. With that, I think one other thing, permit updates. Carol mentioned that already. We've submitted the Maine DOT traffic movement permit, DEP permits, and Army Corps permits. Those have been submitted in the review process, and we're looking forward to move forward with that. And with that, I will conclude our presentation. Thank you for listening, and we'll give it back.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We have a public hearing coming up. I was wondering if someone from planning would grab that sign sheet. Again, for anyone that might have shown up after the initial introduction, we started this in April. Hopefully it's going to be successful. Before we begin the public hearing, I want to note that we have a voluntary sign-in sheet available for anyone who wishes to speak this evening. Signing in simply helps me keep track of speakers and manage the order of comments. Signing is not required to speak. If you do not sign in, you will still have an opportunity. Just raise your hand when I ask for additional speakers. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Do we pick these people first because they're here, and those people? I'm sorry? Yeah, sure. Is someone retrieving that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Norton. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we have done typically, we have 3 portions of the public hearing. We typically ask for people who are for the project to please speak. then we ask people who are against the project to please speak, and then we ask people who are neutral to please speak. Using the sign-in sheets, and with the approval of the planning board, I'm wondering if there isn't a representative from the group that is in favor of this project. Everyone is allowed to speak. I don't mean to disrespect anyone. I'm just looking at everyone and saying, again, cutoff time is usually 10 p.m. It's 10 past 8. We may get to 10 before we get to go back. To let you know, we have 51 drawings that we're reviewing. We have a number of pages from both Sebago Techniques and from the other firm, CISO? CISO? Okay, thank you, no disrespect. So we're trying to get all this business done this evening. So I'm going to open it up by asking if there is anyone that would like to speak in favor of this. I'm looking at Virginia Wilder Cross. If you are representing a group, perhaps, okay, then please come on down.
Mr.
And
Chair,
if I speak out of order, please don't be afraid to correct me, please.
are you going to set a time limit, Mr. Chair?
Time limit.
I believe we should set the same time limit for...
Ms. Wilder Cross.
I'll be quick.
Couple of minutes. Well, what I was referring to, I guess, if there's someone that wants to represent a group, I would perhaps allow, looking at the planning board, maybe 10 minutes for that individual that is speaking on behalf of a large group of people. But again, every single person is eligible to speak. It just might have to curtail some of the speeches. So what do you want, say 2 minutes? 3? You're generous. I want to go home in 10. All right, the attorney says 3.
I'll be less than that, I promise.
Thank you.
I'm Virginia Wilder Cross. I live on Bramblewood Lane in Gorham, and I want to thank you for allowing us to speak because you've got a very busy agenda. I appreciate it. I wanted to address some misconceptions that I've been hearing about Amazon's employment opportunities. First, as we saw on those slides, this project will create 100+ construction-related jobs and approximately 170 permanent and part-time employees will be looked for. I believe it will also add opportunities for third-party delivery services. Amazon will provide work for USM students seeking part-time work. I'm also hoping that at some point it will offer internship and shadowing opportunities for our high school students. How nice that would be. These jobs will boost our local economy by providing competitive wages, as I understand, between $23 to $35 an hour. In addition, after completing their first 90 days probationary period, employees will qualify for a very generous benefit package, including vacation and sick time, medical, vision, and dental insurance, a 401k plan, and as well as life insurance. I was on the town council when the property was voter approved and purchased for industrial purposes. This opportunity provides exactly that, and that's why I am in favor of bringing Amazon to Gorham. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilder Cross. Moving along, people for the project. Ms. Catherine Garrard, are you present? Please.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Hager, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Garrard. I live on Ledge Hill Road in Gorham. We've lived there for 35 years. Just want to note that I did write a letter to the town council in support of this project, I think back in January or February, that is included in this big packet here. I am going to try to have my remarks be a little bit different from that, and I also have a couple of comments directly related to what we just heard for information. I'm here in support of this proposal because it represents the right project at the right time in the right location. Since 1990, Gorham's population has grown by roughly 2,000 to 2,500 people each decade. With that growth has come increased demand for essential services, police, fire protection, roads, and schools. As those demands rise, so do costs, and today the property tax burden to pay for those essential services falls disproportionately on residential taxpayers. Based on the presentation we've heard, the Amazon facility is a well-planned and professionally managed project that will create jobs, support local businesses, and meaningfully expand the commercial and industrial tax base. It also aligns with the vision outlined in the comprehensive plan, which calls for a healthy, growing economy with industrial areas occupied by businesses that provide jobs and operate as good neighbors within the community. This is the right location. The site has been zoned for industrial use for more than 2 decades. It's positioned along a state road. It contains a Portland Water District line, is in close proximity to a high-voltage transmission corridor. These characteristics make it particularly well-suited for industrial use. I also appreciate that the applicant has taken community concerns seriously, incorporating buffering for the Shamrock Drive residents and planning for traffic impacts. That responsiveness helps ensure the project integrates well into the community and remains a good neighbor. I would encourage continued collaboration between the applicant, the town, and nearby residents to ensure this project is implemented in a way that reflects the community's values and priorities. One more comment about Gorham and the property tax burden. We don't have waterfront property. We don't have a Route 1. We don't have a Route 302. What we do have is an industrial park and industrial land that is located away from the center of Gorham, away from the majority of the population. I do think the Shamrock Drive residents in particular should be given as much effort as possible to shield them from the impacts of this project. I understand a 6-foot wall is a 6-foot wall. Is that enough? Maybe it isn't. And I would encourage continued communication with the community, particularly those residents.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
I have one more question. One more about the trucks and how Amazon can ensure that those tractor-trailer trucks will approach from that end, from the Westbrook end. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doug Carter, are you present? You still here?
Doug Carter, 7 Paradise Way, which is right off Libby Ave, so my property will be affected quite a bit by this. I also own Carter's Auto Service in the center of town, and I've lived here since 1970 and seen many changes in this town, from a small farming community to a bedroom community for Portland. And there's no way we're ever going to change this. New England has become a very popular place for people to move to, and it's not going to stop. So we keep on building more and more houses. Just down the road from Carter's Auto Service, 59 houses going in. The old golf course, another 250 proposed. How are we going to pay for these schools to be expanded and control all these people? We have tons of students that are working out of portables, and we have an excellent school system, and we need to pay for it. And we can't pay for it with the backs of the people that own the houses. It has to come from businesses. And this is a perfect plan for this site. So Kathy just said about everything that is important also, and I agree with everything she said. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Gilman. Jessica, are you still here?
Hi, I'm Jessica Gilman. I live on Wilson Road in Gorham. My family's been here for 25 years. I'm a mom of 4 children, 11 to 21 years old. And I think, when we heard about this project, we were just like really excited about the thought that Amazon would be coming here and how much that would make our family life like better and easier just to have more access to packages faster. So we really support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lavoy, Rob Lavoy, are you still present?
Good evening. My name is Rob Lavoy, and I live at 81 Wagner Farm Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all of you members of the board for your service to the town. I previously served on the town council, so I understand the level of time, effort, and commitment this role requires. And those who have served on both say you guys trump the town council, so it's appreciated. I'm here tonight to support this proposal. At this core, the town needs to maintain a healthy balance of commercial and residential growth. I'm not going to bore you with what I wrote down because Kathy hit on all the points. Follow the comprehensive plan. I will note that this particular lot sat vacant for many years, and at one point a similar transportation-related use was proposed at this site, and during that time was met with little to no opposition. That raises a fair question. Why now? And why the concern? Is it simply because it's Amazon? While I have not read all 556 pages of the proposal in full, I have reviewed it at a high level. And for what I've seen, the applicant appears to have done its due diligence. If the project meets all applicable zoning and ordinance requirements, then I believe it should be welcomed into Gorham. I trust that they will operate in a responsible and they will become a responsible and respectful member of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jaden Gilman. Jaden, are you still here? Jaden Gilman?
Maybe in the other room.
Okay, well, can they hear us in there?
Yeah. There was only one in that room.
Only one person.
Yeah, only one sign up. But they can't hear us in that room.
Okay, then Jaden is out. Moving along, is there anyone else that wants to speak in favor of this project? Please, sir, please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Clayton Lubia, 119 County Road. Lived in this town 35 years. Think you sell that to Amazon, sounds like a good company, and the biggest thing is we're paying big money on that property that we should have never bought in the first place. We got a chance to get rid of it. Why don't you get rid of it? Sell it as soon as you can. That's all I'm going to say, and I wish you people really listen and sell that property. It's the best thing for this town. We can spend that money in a lot of different other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Again, anyone else would like to speak in favor of this project? Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. Going once? Going twice? Thank you. Moving along. Moving along now, I would ask anyone that wants to speak against this project to please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. I have a list of names here. Let me start off by asking if Hannah Hamblin, are you here, please?
Hi, Hannah Hamblin, currently living in Gorham, Maine. So I wanted to start by saying I know some of you guys because 3 years ago, my dad and I sat down with you to talk about ordinance enforcement with the local quarries. We live about a mile away from...
Are you going to address us about this project?
Yes.
Okay, nothing to do with the quarry.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
related. I'm making a point. So I sat down to discuss the quarries and the ordinances that were not being enforced. They were either not stringent enough or they were not being enforced. 3 years later, the only progress we've made, a group of about 500 people, thousands of people impacted by this quarry, is that we are finally getting the ordinances reviewed by the town council. They're hiring a professional to review them, look at them, see if they are stringent enough. That is a company that is worth under $100 million. We have made no progress in 3 years. Amazon is worth, I don't know how many billions. But if you actually think that once they are here, we're going to be enforcing ordinances successfully, I think you're mistaken. That being one point. My second point is that I'm trying to buy a house in Gorham right now. My household makes over 6 figures, and I cannot afford a home. I also cannot find anywhere to rent. The average delivery driver for Amazon makes between $18 and $25 an hour. That's under $50,000 a year. So none of those jobs will be in Gorham. So you're not helping create employment here. You're maybe just paying some taxes. You guys, the planning board, what you guys do is make sure that these proposals fit the ordinances. What you also do is support our comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan of Gorham is that our vision of Gorham is a neighborly community and the most desirable place in Maine to live, raise a family, or build a business in a healthy, robust, and aesthetically pleasing environment. I think the presentation we just saw here today makes it pretty clear that this project does not fit that, especially for people living nearby, like Shamrock Drive residents. I have a lot more points to make, but I know we have limited time. I just want to say we've identified multiple different things in this project that violate ordinances. They're asking for multiple waivers. There's a great opportunity to turn this project that hundreds of people have shown up to oppose, legal precedent to do so. Now's the time. Thank you.
I'm not going to say this correctly, Jean? You're going to pass? Would you want to give your 3 minutes to someone else? I'm kidding. No. This isn't Congress. No. Thank you for attending. David Mahoney? Is David Mahoney here? Please.
I'll be brief because I've spoken before to the planning board and the town council. Let me get to the microphone. My name's David Mahoney. I live on Gateway Commons. I've spoken before against this project, and I'm still against it. It was a very nice presentation. Sounds, if you took their word for it and everything was according to code, it could work, except for there's going to be incredible amount of traffic, both on Main Street, but going through Westbrook, which I know we don't consider what Westbrook has to offer because they don't pay taxes here. But it's going to impact the whole community. And I come back to the comprehensive plan that was just mentioned. Is this really fitting with a town that's supposed to be more of a family-oriented, friendly community, a big corporation like that right next door? But is that the time I have right there? Well, I'll tell you a story since I'm here. My wife and I were familiar with Gorham probably for the last 30 years, and we only moved here 8 years ago. But we lived in northern Maine, in Presque Isle for many years, and Bangor for another number of years. And we traveled every summer to New Hampshire to camp, and we drove through Gorham. And my wife and I more than once commented, what a lovely town this is. And when my sons moved to the Portland area and I retired, they said, you have to move closer. So one of the locations we sought out was Gorham. Always liked the village atmosphere that downtown had. And we bought on Gateway Commons. Nice community, no industrial development in our neighborhood until this project came along. And one of the former speakers said that this has been zoned for industrial for over 20 years, and I don't believe that's true. I don't think it's only been the last 5 or 6 years, if I'm not mistaken, that it was voted on to be industrial. But anyway, at the time we moved here, I think that was preserved land and has since been bought by the town and then voted on to be industrial. But I think we're going to lose every time the development of industry gets closer and closer to the downtown, we lose that village atmosphere that so attracted my wife and I to this community. And we love living here, but we're not in favor of having a major business in our neighborhood. Thank you all.
Thank you. Pat Mahoney. Is Pat Mahoney here? Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, I'm Pat Mahoney. I live at 18 Gateway Commons. And every time I see a picture up there of the landscape and the buildings and the parking lots, I see my house. Because I'm not on Shamrock, I'm on Gateway, and I'm the third house in. And that's really close to 25, and it's really close to the proposed Amazon property. I don't see this as an addition to my community. It's my understanding the taxes that we will be receiving to the Gorham community are not what we might hope they might be from another property, another industry. I realize this is an industrially zoned area, and I'm not against Amazon. My husband gets very upset with me because every time I turn around, I get another box on the front porch and it says Amazon on it. So it's not against Amazon. Not that I understand the details of what Amazon pays its warehouse employees. I don't have that information, and I'm not sure where you gleaned that information that you gave us earlier. And it may be correct, but I don't think it is. I don't think anyone working on this property in this warehouse is going to be making $25 to $30 an hour, because that's a great rate for working in a warehouse. If that is correct, that's good, but I just don't think it is. I don't see this property as fitting the comprehensive plan, as adding to Gorham as a community. You can plant all the arbor vitae you want. It is not going to cover up a big old parking lot and a big old building, and it's not going to block the light, and it's not going to block the beeping. And it may be great that in Connecticut and New Jersey, the acoustics of those decibels are working out. I don't want those acoustics and those decibels across the street from my house or for the lovely people on Shamrock. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Chelsea Bramley? Did I say that correctly? Did I pronounce it close? Sorry.
Good evening. My name is actually Kristen Lehman. Chelsea Branley is my neighbor on Shamrock Drive. She couldn't be here tonight, so I'm reading her statement on her behalf.
I'm sorry, please say your name again.
Kristen Lehman. I also live on Shamrock Drive. Chelsea is a direct abutter to the proposed project, and she had a prepared statement, but she couldn't be here, so she is opposed to this. And she writes, I know many of my neighbors will be speaking tonight about environmental impacts, wetlands, stormwater, wildlife, and serious concerns about conflicts with the intent of our ordinances. I share those concerns deeply, but tonight I want to focus on traffic, because traffic alone should give the board serious pause. Just last month, the Portland Press-Herald reported that Maine DOT is launching a new 15-month study to examine traffic issues west of Portland, specifically including Gorham, Scarborough, South Portland, and Westbrook. The purpose of that study is to identify and relieve existing congestion in this region. So my question is simple. At the exact moment the state is acknowledging that our regional traffic system is already strained, why would Gorham consider adding a 24/7 Amazon last mile distribution facility with thousands of passenger car equivalent trips per day? This is not a small local business or a quiet warehouse. It's a high intensity logistics operation with employee traffic, delivery vans, contractor vehicles, tractor trailers, shift changes, queuing, idling, and impacts that do not stop at the property line. The public has already seen different traffic numbers at different stages of this project. Early discussions referenced numbers around a few hundred vehicles. Later filings and reports referenced much higher numbers. Now we're seeing more than 3,000 passenger car equivalent trips per day.
Whatever those differences are because of methodology, peak hour reporting versus daily reporting, or changes in the project, the result is the same. The public does not have a clear, consistent, plain English understanding of what this project will actually put onto our roads. That matters to abutters. It matters to parents driving children to school. It matters to emergency responders trying to move through Route 25 and surrounding roads. It matters to Westbrook and neighboring communities that may absorb traffic impacts without receiving the tax benefit. It matters to anyone who already sits in Gorham traffic and wonders how this is supposed to work. There's also an environmental side to traffic. Thousands of additional trips mean more exhaust, diesel emissions, idling noise, and localized air pollution. Traffic and environmental impacts are directly connected. So I'm asking the board not to accept the traffic projections at face value. Require an independent traffic peer review. Require Amazon to reconcile every prior traffic figure submitted or publicly discussed. Require actual comparable site data from similar Amazon last mile facilities, and require enforceable post-occupancy monitoring with real mitigation triggers if traffic, truck counts, van counts, crashes, queuing, or routing impacts exceed what was promised. And because once this facility is built, Gorham residents are the ones who will live with consequences. And if the numbers are wrong, we do not get a do-over. Thank you.
Thank you. Seven Siegel, are you still here? Seven Siegel?
Thank you. Hello, members of the planning board and town staff. Good to see you all. As you all know, and well, I'll just repeat it for any sake. My name's Seven Siegel. I live at 238 Main Street. I am also vice chair of the town council and chair of our ordinance committee, but I am speaking on behalf of just myself tonight. I was on the planning board before I was on the council, and one of the things that I've experienced, and it's been 4 years now, is that developers like to push things, like to rush. They want things done as soon as possible. And I also hear this question of we should treat every project the same. And I think that we should treat every project with the magnitude that it deserves. What we're talking about here is going to be the largest warehouse in Gorham. And there were, while it was an incredibly extensive report, there were so many standing open questions that were still there that I think still need to be addressed. And my real ask to the planning board is to give this the time it takes to really get all of the answers to our questions. There are a number of open permits available. The purchase and sale that they have goes until the end of December. We have time here. We shouldn't feel rushed, and we should be able to answer a lot of questions that are consistently open, right? We include waivers for a purpose, and hearing they want an overhead waiver because of the underground Portland water main. Well, is there another way around it, right? This additional curb cut, is there another way around it? More curb cuts lead to more accidents. A number of other things that came up around, as other speakers have said, 6-foot shielding. Why 6 feet? Why not 8? Why not 10? They mentioned over 3,000 car trips a day, and we have zero guarantee if they're going to pay any excise tax. Will any of those vans be even owned by Amazon? Will they be registered here? These are open questions. The edge of the lot goes right by the crosstown trail. Have they agreed to a right-of-way with the town for the purpose of trails? There are so many open questions, and I appreciate that the town has pushed, or the people in the town have pushed so far that actual Amazon employees are here. Thank you, I will wrap up. But this is the first time we've had an actual Amazon employee here to answer questions. The town's contract is with Amazon.com, not with Blue Water. They are the developer. We should be hearing questions from the actual company that's going to open the land. So thank you very much for your time. You all know how to get a hold of me. And thank you for your service.
Judith Weisman?
Good evening. My name is Judith Wiseman. I live on Ridgefield Drive. There has been much talk about the arrival of Amazon in our town. I am not an abutter, nor do I live across 25. However, I am a concerned citizen of Gorham and find it necessary to weigh in. I will attempt to delineate the negative impact of the arrival of Amazon in Gorham, followed by the positives. The town sold this piece of land to a behemoth corporation for $4 million. For Jeff Bezos, that's about equivalent to $50 for me. This alone is ridiculous. 2, our infrastructure is having trouble with the vehicular traffic that it now has to deal with. Increasing heavy trucks, semis, to say nothing of the construction vehicles, will further impact our roads. And who's going to pay for this extra load? 3, this warehouse is to be a 24/7 operation, although we heard tonight that, at night we really won't have much. Well, what's not the same as 24/7? The resultant light pollution and noise pollution will be untenable, and the air pollution from idling trucks will also be significant. The sound of a truck backing up is unpleasant. Property values on Shamrock Drive will drop. There's also the safety issue. Now, Amazon is a notoriously demanding employer, requiring drivers to drive ever longer routes and make ever more deliveries and keep going until that last delivery is made. A tired driver is a dangerous driver. Kids wait for school buses at Gateway Commons. Do we wait for a kid or a parent to get hit? Along the lines of difficult employers, at an average pay of $20 an hour, and I did look that up, and on Indeed.com, it's about $20 an hour average. None of these entry-level employees will be able to live here, and even if they could, where's the affordable housing? So that means the employees will be driving a significant distance to work at all hours, shift change at various times of day. Once again, noise and light pollution. 5, there is some concern that this huge warehouse will actually become not a last mile distribution center, but a data center based on the number of what I've read, with its attendant massive use of electricity. And will CMP absorb that cost? No. We will. Another concern is that large warehouses are being commandeered by the Department of Homeland Security for use as ICE detention facilities. People may scoff, but the reality is that it's happening all over the country, and we are not exempt. Finally, one comment made is that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for this warehouse to be 10 miles from I-95. Thus, we have the reemergence of the monster of the Gorham Connector. That would adversely affect wetlands, Smiling Hill Farm, homes on either side of the proposed connector. The argument that it would speed traffic by 6 minutes is spurious and an example of magical thinking. Instead of allowing an uncaring corporate behemoth to enter our nice town, why not consider a mixed-use area with small businesses that would pay taxes, including stores, a cafe or a restaurant, a playground, walking trails which would not pay taxes, a shoe store. Maybe Rennie's would come here. They just closed in Portland. The playground and trails, as I said, would not pay taxes, but the others would. And now the positives of having an Amazon warehouse in our backyards.
Excuse me.
None.
Mike D'Angelo, are you still here?
Good evening, board members and members of the planning department, etc. This is moving very quickly. I think we're going to get through a lot of people. You will hear and have heard and will continue to hear through the evening many different concerns people have, many different reasons why people do not think this is a good project. I'm going to go in a little different direction. As usual, when you consider this, well, first, I do want to mention that I recognize you have challenging, sometimes difficult work, and I thank you very much all for your work that you do. It's often not easy. Permitted uses and performance standards will be considered. Things like building setbacks from property lines and other things we heard during the presentation. But I believe there's other language to be considered, specifically in Gorham zoning regs under General Article 1.1, Section 300-11 purpose. So this is a paragraph not of great length, but I want to only read about half of it. This Part 1 is designed for all the purposes of zoning embraced in the Maine revised statutes and has been drafted as an integral part of a comprehensive plan for the town of Gorham. So I think it's to be considered, that language, by you in making any decisions. To promote the health, safety, and general welfare of its residents. Among other things, it is designed to encourage the most appropriate use of land throughout the town, to promote traffic safety. And I want to stop there because those are two things that I really want to discuss briefly. First off, it is designed to encourage not an approved, not an okay, but the most appropriate use of land throughout the town. And who is going to determine that appropriate use? I would hope that citizen opinion would carry some weight. And from the percentage of people for versus against this project, I think this is another great example of the tremendous number of people, percent of people in Gorham who are against this project. And I think that they're against it. A lot of people are against it just because they don't think it's a very appropriate use for all the safety reasons that you've heard and will continue to hear. And they also think, as I do, that there's better uses for that property. As far as taxes go, that's already been discussed. We're just not going to get that much help on one particular property. And then the second thing, to promote traffic safety, well, I think it's quite obvious to most people that it's just not going to help. It's not going to promote traffic safety. During their presentation, which was done by very professional, good people, and it's their job to make things sound good, and they did, but a massive development like this with a huge number of vehicles coming and going at all times of the day, it's already busy and congested on Main Street. How is this going to result in traffic safety? I just can't see it. It's going to promote problems.
Please wrap it up.
So, in closing, I'm sure that the planning board will do your best you can to make sure that this project complies with performance standards, et cetera. But this project may very well comply with what appears to be...
Respectfully, please.
Okay.
We're trying to give everybody 3 minutes.
All right. Let me just say that it's not an appropriate use even if it looks like it is. It's just there's too many problems with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Chris Jakes? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you.
Because of the limited time, I'm just going to read off of my phone fairly quickly. Hello, my name is Christopher Jakes. I live on Elkins Road, and my time is limited, so I'll be clinical and brief. The Amazon proposal should be denied on at least the grounds of standing noise ordinances, standing lighting ordinances, and the allowable traffic impact as stated in the LUDC. Per the LUDC, because the site borders the residential neighborhood of Shamrock Drive, it must meet the strictest ordinance at the property lines, meaning residential. The town states this is 75 decibels, a threshold that even just 4 Amazon delivery vehicles exceed at 95 decibels at idling volumes, not including backup alarms, horns, and loading sounds. Abatement of this sound issue with a standard buffer use will not be enough. The sir hired by Amazon to speak on behalf of noise certainly said a lot of numbers. Research from multiple third-party researchers would argue with what he stated. Like, for example, that 4 delivery trucks make 95 decibels of noise, not somewhere in the 40s. He told you the lowest numbers because he was hired by Amazon. Not what a series of trucks all coming and going equate to. He gave you what 1 truck will make. I'd hope you consider the source of the information and double check. I'd like you to picture a marching band at 85 decibels standing on the other side of a set of trees on the other side of a fence. You would still hear that marching band, especially if it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Buffering in the LUDC is stated to require sufficient minimalization of any kind of potential nuisance at the residential level. That nuisance is defined by the residential standard, not the industrial per town LUDC. So if a neighbor would find the sound of a beeping, idling, loading to be a nuisance greater than what a normal house would produce at the property line, this must be denied. Further, the DEP has regulations on noise ordinances and wetlands, which the site is designated as having. Those restrictions are even lower than the towns at 65 and 55 decibels. Plus, there's an additional 5 decibel penalty for the constant run of the HVAC systems that will need to be installed. These standards can be found in Chapter 375, No Adverse Environmental Effects Standards of the Site Location Development Act, specific Section 10, subsection 123. Clearly, this site does not meet the standard for noise compliance with the town's ordinances and land use plan, let alone coming close to the wetland noise regulations of the DEP. For those reasons, the proposal should be denied. Under Article 2, Section 2.1, the applicant Amazon must provide evidence that it can meet these standards. They have failed to provide data proving they will meet these standards, showing a clear incompatibility with abutting uses. Lighting in a similar sense needs to be abated to a degree that glare will not be affected in the residential neighborhood. This place is going to glow 24/7, even if direct light doesn't affect the neighborhood. Clearly, the nuisance of the glare will be felt. May I finish? Briefly. I will speak as quickly as I can.
Keep going.
Lastly and briefly, the traffic standard set by the LUDC for any development generating 100 or more peak hour trips, which this project does, the code requires that all intersections within 1 mile of the site entrance must maintain a minimum level of service C. If a key intersection currently operates at LOSC, but Amazon's vans would push it down to LOS D, E, or F, the project fails the standards. If Amazon's traffic study shows that their van surges will push a local intersection from level C, which is just a 30-second delay, to a level D, which is just a 40-second delay, then they are a violation of the code, and you have a right to dismiss and to deny their plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, 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 please. Jackie Lordy, please. Jackie Lordy.
Hi, my name is Jackie Lordy. I live at 18 Morrill Avenue here in Gorham. We've lived here for 30 years or a little more. I can understand why the members of the planning board in the town were happy to accept Amazon's offer to purchase the land that has been for sale with no takers. However, now that you have heard the many citizens explaining why this is not a good deal for the community, I hope you will not go forward. We have heard a lot of people just questioning what we heard tonight. How do we know that that's true? Well, I can tell you how we can tell that it's possibly not true. Amazon has faced accusations of misleading citizens, using extreme secrecy regarding the true nature of the projects, the environmental impacts, and the scale of the projects in Warrenton, Virginia, Cicero, Illinois, and Euclid Township in Pennsylvania, just to name a few. They have also been accused of being dishonest or failing to honor commitments to towns regarding job creation, construction promises, and the tax transparency, often using high-pressured tactics or non-disclosure agreements to secure subsidies. The company promises significant economic development, but frequently delivers lower than anticipated benefits while increasing local traffic, pollution, and housing costs. Other key instances where Amazon has been accused of not being honest or breaking promises include the HQ2 project in Arlington, Virginia, and in Queens, New York. In Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, a fulfillment center project was slammed by labor leaders for using outside contractors rather than the promised local workers, despite receiving state tax credits. Amazon's lack of transparency regarding environmental impact occurred in the city of Chicago. In communities where Amazon have been allowed to build, the communities often faced increased costs for road repair, air pollution, and emergency services that outweighed the tax revenue generated, especially when the company has secured major tax breaks. These are just a few of the many documented issues other communities have faced when dealing with Amazon. I hope that Gorham will not fall into the same trap.
Chief Sanborn is here. Someone claps again, he's going to taser you. Just want to make sure you're still awake. Jacqueline Ashla, am I saying that properly?
Good evening, I'm Jacqueline Ashla from 48 Briarwood Lane, Gorham, Maine, and I am standing here saying I am against Amazon coming for a lot of things that were said. Our taxes are going to be a break of $40. Whoopee. Their pay is not as high as stated, and also that they have a very hard time getting their own health insurance. And I've also heard that the employee treatment is very bad. They are not allowed to call ambulance services themselves. They have to call the central place. And there has been shown times that it takes 20 to 25 minutes for this person within the company to get there in order to take care of the person because they are not allowed to call 911. That is a very big concern. I, as a person that does not shop, so a quick package on the doorstep is not important to me because that is not my existence to have immediate of what I'm supposed to get. The main thing I do want to say is they said 3,000 and some people 3,000 vehicles per day. So I have 3 different entrances. Take away 200, that's 2,800. If 2,800 vehicles are going for 12 hours, because it may be 24/7, but yet it's not necessarily because it's lighter during certain times, that's 230 per driveway, the other 2 driveways, going out per hour per driveway. And then if you want to say 18 hours worth of traffic for 2,800 cars, that's 160 per hour going out of each driveway. And so that means at least 3 cars per minute are moving. That is a lot of more traffic that is going to bring back up from a lot of traffic we already have. And this also will add to the hardship for ambulances to get through, emergency places to get through. How are they going to get around all this traffic? And I say, please turn it down and let them go someplace else. Thank you.
Keith Richard, is Keith Richard here, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Keith Richard from Archipelago. I'm an attorney, and I represent Gorham United. We are a broad coalition across town and neighboring towns. We are not just the immediate neighbors, and I'm here to say that we are not NIMBYs. We are members of the community that are concerned. Nothing is decided yet on this application, and in fact, nothing, absolutely nothing has been proven yet. Amazon wants you to believe, even subconsciously, that this is an unstoppable force, that the deal is done and they're entitled to some approval from this board, from the town. And that is not true. You need to evaluate every single ordinance standard, not just site plan, all the ordinances that are implicated, consider whether there is evidence presented, whether that evidence is credible, meaning do you buy it? Not whether, well, there's evidence that would be sufficient to make a finding, but whether you actually believe it, using your common sense. This is not science. You're going to hear numbers. You have heard numbers from qualified professionals, but this is not where you put numbers into a machine and it spits out, yes, the standard is met, approve. You have to look at it. Do you believe it? Do you buy it? Use your common sense. And this is your town and your community, and this is not an easy application, but this is the job that you signed up to do, and the people here and outside in the community are depending on you to do it. So beware experts say so, and conclusions. You will be told a conclusion. The standard is met, but you need to decide, and just recognize for a moment that that might be just someone's opinion. And it doesn't matter whose opinion that is. You have to decide whether you agree with it or not. Do your independent job. The DEP and the DOT are also evaluating this project, but those standards might overlap with your town standards. But the fact that DEP said that wetlands are fine, that DOT said that traffic is fine, it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to decide that your town ordinance is met. So don't get rolled. You are the gatekeepers. This is one of the most powerful companies on the planet Earth, and they have rolled volunteer boards like yours, and I know that you're capable of doing your job. This is not an ordinary warehouse in an industrial district. This is unlike anything that Gorham has ever seen, and perhaps unlike anything you will ever see. And the question really is whether this is the most appropriate land use for this site, this neighborhood, and this region of southern Maine. Gorham is a wonderful community, and the number one drawback is that it's hard to get out here. And people know that well. I actually have two, soon to be three kids that go to daycare next to Junction Bowl behind the Hannaford. I work in Portland, so every day I sit in those lineups, either on New Portland Road or on 25 or 114. Pick your poison, they're all bad, and they're gonna be worse. Think about it. There's no going back, because once you allow this use into your community, their business model is to deliver more stuff to more people faster. You invite this into your community, this genie can't be put back in the bottle. It's done and you've allowed it. So I look forward to the board doing its job. We will submit written comments that are more specific, but I appreciate you hearing my comment in a general sense. Thank you.
Chief Sanborn, I heard some clapping. Carol Molkian, is it, please? Carol?
Oops. I'm Carol Molker of Lawn Avenue. When I moved away from my 40-year Seattle home to Gorham, I thought I was moving away from Amazon. Amazon made Seattle traffic worse, treated employees like machines, and wants to replace them with machines. And Seattle property taxes did not go down. The main question about Amazon or any other proposed development is the same as Hannah's. Can we expect any enforcement of Gorham's laws, plans, commitments by project engineer Chris Taylor, or conditions imposed by this board once a project gets approved? So far, the answer is no. For example, Gorham's stormwater laws, plans, and stormwater commitments conditions have never been enforced, causing flooding and pollution all over town. Your guide says projects must adhere to laws consistent with the comprehensive plan. That plan prioritizes things that make Gorham a nice place to live and work. Flooding and pollution will never be one of those things, nor will Amazon. The plan also says our town government is, quote, responsive, open, and transparent, with town officials promoting a culture of collaboration among all stakeholders, end quote. And the plan repeatedly calls for, quote, consistent stormwater management because runoff is a major impact of development on the environment, end quote. But what have town officials done instead? First, they've consistently refused to enforce our stormwater law or any stormwater management plan. Second, they've consistently refused to enforce conditions of approval right on the face of your development permits. Two 10-year-old examples right here. And it's the same conditions that are at page 11 of the plan you just put out tonight for Amazon. And third, they've consistently refused to speak with us about this issue, apart from saying, don't look to us, you're on your own. We have years of emails to that effect from the Code Office, the Stormwater Enforcement Authority, and the Stormwater Compliance Officers. So is this a, quote, responsive town government? No. Is it open and transparent and collaborating with stakeholders? No. Does it act consistently with the law and the comprehensive plan? No. So for Amazon or any other development, can we expect any enforcement of Gorham's laws, plans, or conditions imposed by this board? Absolutely not. This is a valid reason for opposing this project.
Ann Bilodeau, please. Ann?
Thank you. I am Ann Bilodeau, and I live on Shamrock Drive. My property directly abuts this proposal. And I'd like to address a couple of the talking points that were in the backup material for tonight's meeting. The first, the comprehensive plan, a couple of people have touched on that. It says that allowed uses in the industrial zone should be like uses currently allowed in the industrial zone. There is no current business in the industrial zone in Gorham, indeed probably in any local town nearby, that is like this one. There is not one that is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and none that will impact traffic the way this one is proposing to. Secondly, the curb cuts. You've heard a lot about the curb cuts that they want on Main Street. They are proposing 3 curb cuts that are within about 1/10 of a mile of each other. So their estimated traffic volume is over 3,000 passenger cars a day. And you, the members of the planning board, have the ability to say no to this waiver. They need a waiver from the Gorham ordinance in order to do this. How in the world does over 3,000 trips daily promote better traffic safety? In order to grant a waiver, it has to say you're granting better traffic safety. And adding a turning lane on this road for 3,000 vehicles is crazy. That's not going to help. And lastly, I wanted to mention the buffers, specifically for the residents on Shamrock Drive. For me, personally, selfishly, it's not clear to me from the picture you had how many trees you plan to plant. I hope many, and I hope they're tall. But the 6-foot fence, really? That should be 36 feet tall if you want to offer any privacy to anybody. A 6-foot fence does nothing. So I want to say also the light pollution and the noise pollution. You know, the picture you had up there showed the clear line of where the property is and how the light doesn't spill over. It's nice to know you've contained light to staying within your own property, and it won't be an issue for the rest of us. We deserve better. The residents of Gorham deserve better. We had no public voice. We had no public input in the town council meeting to vote for the sale of this property. And I want you to please remember the residents of Gorham as you go through this plan. Go through it carefully, as Mr. Richard said. Use common sense. Common sense is so lacking in today's world. This doesn't make sense. This is not a good proposal. This is the wrong location for this type of operation. Wrong location. Thank you.
Andrea Chadbourne, is it?
Good evening. My name is Andrea Chadbourne. You've probably seen a couple of my emails, so it's probably nice to see my face now. I've lived at 38 Shamrock Drive for 21 years. I directly abut the proposed Amazon facility. What is being proposed behind my home is not a typical commercial neighbor. This is a 24-hour industrial scale operation with constant vehicle movement, lighting, and activity day and night, located a very short distance from my backyard. I want to be very clear when I state this and make sure I have all of your attention. A 6-foot vinyl fence is not a buffer. I understand this is considered industrial use, but a fence of that height and material is not an adequate buffer for a high-intensity distribution facility. It does not reduce truck noise, backup alarms, lighting impacts, or the loss of residential privacy. It simply marks a boundary without addressing the impacts beyond it. At the initial December review, the board raised concerns about buffering and relocating parking away from the residential side. In the current plan, those concerns do not appear to be addressed in a meaningful way. In addition, this site has known drainage concerns, and some of us have some wet backyard conditions in the surrounding area, and there are vernal pool systems in proximity to the site. These conditions indicate a sensitive environment that will be further stressed by grading and pervious surfaces and continuous truck traffic. Without proper mitigation, those impacts are going to extend beyond the site. This facility is also located near a school and along a major commuter route. That combination, along with 24/7 operations, increases traffic and safety concerns in an already active residential corridor. There are 19 children living on this street. That matters when considering truck traffic, early morning activity, and overall safety in a neighborhood setting. If this project is approved, I respectfully ask the board to require stronger mitigation measures, including a substantial landscape buffer with dense evergreen plantings, a berm, and site design that directs truck and parking activity away from abutting residential properties. This project can only function responsibly if it's made compatible with its surroundings as currently designed. It is not. Approval without meaningful buffering is not mitigation, it is the transfer of impact onto neighboring homes. Thank you.
Caroline Wishhauser?
Hi, my name is Caroline Wilshusen. I live on Main Street in Gorham for the past 22 plus years, and I oppose the warehouse. And I do want to, I thank you all for letting us speak, but I did feel a lack of transparency in this process. I felt blindsided by the project, and as things are starting to evolve and we're starting to understand the impacts, I'm very distressed for all of the reasons that these amazing people have stated, and that it does not align with the goals of this town, and that it's a project that I think is beyond the scope of what was conceived of when our ordinances were written. And I understand that you're a compliance board, and I get that. But you are also members of this community, and as my fellow neighbors have stated, please work with us and align what you do with the needs of the community. Thank you.
Michelle Littlefield.
Hello, Michelle Littlefield, 15 Burton Drive. I'm a member of the school board and the town's joint fiscal sustainability committee, but I speak tonight as an individual. And I'm focused on the site plan because for me it raises serious questions about whether this facility is appropriate at this location, as others have stated. Amazon has told the public they are committed to being a good neighbor. I would ask the board to hold them accountable to good neighbor standards in the most concrete sense our ordinances demand, demonstrated compliance with every criterion under land use and development standards. This includes traffic, noise, buffering, and lighting. These are the key areas of being a good neighbor after all. On traffic, as we heard, the Maine DOT quantified over 3,000 daily vehicle trips on the same corridor where they are requiring the 15-month emergency congestion study. That study's recommendations are not expected until spring 2027. Approving a project of this scale before that study concludes is premature. On lighting, in my version of the draft site plan, page 25 refers to compliance to a future final plan submission. If that's still accurate, that's an admission that the standard has not sufficiently been met. On noise, I believe the board should require an independent noise study where measurements are taken at the lot line as required. Until that study exists, this board should not make a finding of compliance on noise. On buffering, they claim a 100-foot setback, but by my read, that is a building setback, not a parking lot setback. 565 van spaces sit between that building and Shamrock Drive. This is a standard that has been previously applied to require genuine shielding of industrial uses from residential neighbors, not a lame 6-foot fence. So I'm asking you to scrutinize these areas. Gorham has maintained a working balance between industrial and residential that it has evolved over hundreds of years. When people talk about Gorham's rural character, I think it's that harmony that is in large part what they're talking about. This project has the potential to tip that balance irreversibly along the main artery into our town, unless this applicant is held to every standard our code requires. In my roles, I deeply understand the need to generate business and to stabilize the tax base. This project is not the right fit. The cons far outweigh the benefits, and there is a better neighbor than this. Thank you.
Dana Burley, please, Dana Burley.
Good evening. Thanks, everyone. I'm not sure what I can add at this point, to be perfectly honest, but I will, at the risk of taking too much time, I will read. So my name is Dana Burley. I live on Shamrock Drive, and I've been a resident of Gorham for more than 18 years. My focus is not on my own backyard, interestingly enough, but on an area that I feel is very underrated in this proposal. It will not only affect those closest to the proposed facility, but will have a significant impact on the entire town of Gorham, its residents, and our neighboring communities. The subject is traffic volumes, which you've heard a lot about tonight, and related safety implications. For context, my background is in logistics, and I've spent close to 30 years in this field, including extensive time in over-the-road trucking, warehousing, and final mile spaces. One of the recent projects I worked on for warehousing complex was with Amazon at one of our facilities, so I have some direct experience in Amazon's logistics operations. Which brings me to the items I want to address. Are you all aware, I'm sure, there are 11 stoplights between the proposed warehouse and the interstate? Distance from the project to the interstate is close to 5 miles. Why is that important to call these out? Frankly, quite uncharacteristic of most Amazon facilities, which are predominantly in rural areas with easy access to major highways or industrial parks that are away from a residential neighborhood, schools, etc. In the submission of the town and MDOT, it states there will be over 1,100 passenger car equivalents during peak periods of the day and 3,100 all in. I would expect this to increase during peak season and promotional periods. That means that these delivery drivers, referring to as DSPs, will be hitting Main Street at peak times of the day, navigating through the communities to get through those 11 plus traffic signals to get to their deliveries. Why, again, is this important to note? These drivers, which are independent contractors, are required to meet delivery demand schedules and deliver high volumes of packages each day. There are built-in incentives for exceeding per package thresholds. Amazon has designated timeframes for deliveries monitored closely on their app, and drivers can be penalized and dropped for consistent late deliveries. These drivers have prescribed delivery windows, incentives to exceed expectations, and penalties if consistently late. We all know what it's like in these towns during peak periods in these communities, heading in each direction, and how many drivers push the envelope on yellow and even red lights, as well as cutting people off at intersections to save time. Now add the pressure of increased volumes of traffic from hundreds of drivers having to meet tight delivery schedules. There are many statistics relative to these final mile distribution facilities, and you can do your own research, but it's important to point out that there are major increases in traffic violations, notable upticks in injury-causing crashes within a half-a-mile radius of these facilities, and dozens of fatalities related to middle mile and final mile deliveries. My concern as it relates to the proximity of this proposed location is that this traffic will be mixed in with residential, school, church, and business traffic, not to mention emergency vehicles coming from Gorham and our western neighbors. Please understand, this is not about being anti-business or even anti-Amazon, as I have been in business and economic development for the better part of my life. However, like many others, I feel this project will have a devastating impact on the village of Gorham and surrounding communities, and would be far better served by mixed-use commercial and residential development that better supports the vision for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Stevens? Scott Stevens?
I have the same sentiment.
You sure? I'm sure this is wrong. Peach Cushing? Peach, okay.
I'm from Georgia, if it helps you understand.
Oh, yeah.
All right. What's up? All right, so my name is Peach Cushing. I live on 65 Doherty Court in Portland. I work at the Postal Service, and I am an active union member of APW 458, which represents the Postal Service in Gorham. So I'm coming to you to talk about the labor side of things, specifically the aspect of job creation that is being presented here. Jobs will actually be lost. High quality, high paying, high benefits union jobs will be lost if you approve this. Currently, clerks in the Postal Service handle the distribution and carriers handle the delivery of last mile Amazon packages. We've been told by management this month that if we lose Amazon and other last mile delivery services, which is UPS and FedEx, but they make up about 1% of last mile, Amazon is the bulk majority, we will lose 20% of our postal employees, that is rural carriers, city carriers, and clerks. So if you know anyone who works at the Gorham Post Office and is living in Gorham because they can afford to, they will no longer be able to afford that because the bottom 20% of employees will be cut from their jobs. You will lose jobs at a federal service with high pay and high benefits, much higher pay and higher benefits than Amazon. The overall economic impact on Southern Maine, if this goes through, will be tremendously negative, both in Gorham and in your neighboring cities. Amazon is not going to just deliver in Gorham, they're going to go in Westbrook. It's going to cut jobs not just here, but in surrounding towns, maybe even up to Brunswick, which would be my job, and I would really like to not lose that job. It's the first job I've had where I could make a living off of it and buy a place in a place that I want to live in. So, you won't get packages any sooner either. Amazon and Boston and the USPS are both getting their packages for last mile delivery from Boston 5 and Stoughton, Mass. We get them and deliver them the same day because in our contract that Amazon and USPS has signed, we prioritize them over our own packages. So we are delivering them, we're receiving them. I receive them at 3:45 in the morning. We get them out that morning and they get delivered. So you won't get them any faster unless Amazon's delivering at night, which would mean that their noise estimates are drastically off. So please consider the impacts that this plan will have on the lives of my union family and many other families, and just your general economic impact on Southern Maine. Thank you. That's all I have.
Josh Trombley, please. Josh Trombley.
Hello, my name is Josh Trombley. I live on Little River Drive here in Gorham. There's a lot of things I would like to talk about, but I'm going to focus primarily on stormwater discharge, which has come up a lot. We saw the pretty maps of the site. I would encourage any members of the board, when considering this, to go. If you walk the Crosstown Trail, you'll walk right along the back end of the site. You'll see 2 vernal pools, and you'll see the wetlands that extend from those vernal pools directly to the parking lot and where they're proposing this building site. I saw nothing today that indicates that Amazon will take steps to adequately address stormwater runoff, which will include gasoline, diesel fuel, and motor oil running into those protected wetlands and vernal pools. I'll try to just wrap this up and be a little quick because I know it's been a long night. I want to make a broader point. The residents of this community have done their homework. We've read this proposal. Not just this one, but what's going to the DEP, the DOT. These applications are full of holes, and I think that shows a real indifference to local, state, and federal regulations. I'm really worried, and I'd ask this question. If Amazon is showing this kind of disregard for our local ordinances now, when everyone is watching them, are they going to follow the law after that warehouse is built? I don't really expect them to do so, and I think we've seen in other communities that they have no intention of doing so. So on that basis, I would ask you to deny this application. Thank you.
Donna Slack. Donna Slack, please.
Thank you very much for letting me get a chance to speak. Thanks for your work. It's appreciated. My name's Donna Slack. I live at 103 Gateway Commons Drive. I'm not a native Mainer, I will say that. I'm originally from Massachusetts. But I've lived in Maine most of my life, but I know better than to call myself a Mainer. I was educated on that a long time ago. However, I have lived in southern Maine for 50 years. Left for a little while, came back. And I attended USM, so I'm very familiar with the corridor between Portland and Gorham. I've lived in Gorham now for about 15 years and moved here because of the rural community that I saw when I was going to school here. I used to live in town Portland, I've lived in Brunswick, I've lived in all kinds of other parts of the country. It's not a NIMBY thing. I'm not anti-Amazon. I love Amazon. I get packages all the time, as my husband will tell you. But having a warehouse of this size in our neighborhood or in our town just doesn't really fit. Anybody like me who has driven the Gorham to Portland corridor for 20 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus years has known that all you have to do is sit at MK Kitchen downtown and look at the strip down 25. And regardless if it's from 3 o'clock on after Sappy gets out, SD Warren for the old folks, you just see nothing but traffic, just the headlights, that's all you see. And since I've lived here, and even when I was going to USM, all I heard from everybody was, God, when are they going to do something about the traffic? It's awful, and it's continued to get worse. And adding all of these trucks in, and the number of cars and truck hours that are going to be on our roads, I don't believe serves anybody's interest. As I said, I'm not anti-business, I'm not anti-Amazon, but I think if we wanted to live in Scarborough or South Portland or someplace else where they would have a warehouse of this size that would be closer to the turnpike and be much more efficient, I would think, for their warehouse uses, I think that would serve a better purpose for everyone's concerns. Thanks for letting me speak.
Catherine Atwood. Catherine Atwood.
Hello, I'm Catherine Atwood. I am a legal resident of Portland and a part-time resident of Gorham, Maine, where I maintain my lifelong mailing address of 293 North Gorham Road. My family has been in Gorham for at least 50 years. I won't, for my parents' sake, tell you exactly how long. I have timed myself. I want to set my timer. Let's see, just a second.
Well, we're at 2:37, 2:36, 2:35.
Oh no. Well, actually, on the way out, Jean gave me her 3 minutes. Okay. There you go. So I hope the clock is being corrected to reflect that. Okay. All right. I am also, in addition to being someone who loves the town of Gorham, on the board of the Friends of the Presumpscot River, and I don't like this microphone. And as such, I have a personal and professional interest in the impacts of developments on the streams, wetlands, and waters of our region. Unfortunately, this application has several fundamental legal problems that prevent the board from approving it tonight, and I will be submitting a detailed letter documenting everything fully as it relates to the environmental concerns. What I can cover in 3 minutes, or 4.5 to 5 minutes, is only the beginning. The application is missing required analysis. Amazon's own environmental consultants mapped at least 18 wetlands on this property. And under Town Code Section 300-2.5, any land within 250 feet of a wetland is in the shoreland zone. That zone exists automatically. It doesn't matter if it's on a map or not. It exists because the wetlands are there, and this application contains no shoreland analysis at all. The town's own shoreland zoning map says in its own notes on the map that actual boundaries must be measured in the field. And that was not done for this application. This is not a technicality. The shoreland zone approval is a legal prerequisite to site plan approval under the town's own code. The board cannot lawfully grant approval without it. And what makes this even more serious is what Amazon is actually proposing to do within the wetlands, which is permanently fill more than 34,000 square feet of wetland. Building a warehouse and parking infrastructure within the Resource Protection Subdistrict requires variance from the Board of Appeals. Amazon has not applied for that or has not included it in the application. And given that they chose this parcel knowing it contained more than 15 wetlands and state-designated wildlife habitats, obtaining one would be extremely difficult under Maine law. This is a self-created hardship, and variances are not granted for self-created hardships. A special protection zone also covers this part of the property. I don't like speaking in public, but it speaks to how much I care about this, so it makes me get a little nervous. I'm okay. Care about it a lot. Okay. Town Code Section 300-2.5 creates a resource protection subdistrict on any land with 2 or more contiguous acres of wetland vegetation and hydric soils. Amazon's own private independent contractors described large connected wetland systems on this property containing 2 state-identified vernal pools, one of which is confirmed as a significant vernal pool under state law. I have been and I have stood at the edge of that wetland that connects to that vernal pool. That wetland proposed for fill, I have 2 more minutes, connects back to a permanent cattail marsh with open water. The wetlands here are exactly what this protection zone was written to protect. In the resource protection subdistrict, only certain limited uses are allowed under Section 300. Permanently filling wetlands to construct a warehouse over 900 parking spaces, industrial infrastructure is not on that list. The board was given those standards for exactly this situation. We're asking you to apply them. There's more wrong with this application than I covered tonight, so I'll bullet point. The written application contains no detail for design. What happens to the stream culvert that connects back up to the Presumpscot River watershed that would be affected by the Main Street widening? The alternatives analysis submitted to the DEP never asked whether this facility could be built somewhere else in southern Maine with less damage to wetlands. That's the maximum extent. That's what the maximum extent standard in our own town code requires. That was not submitted. And the state permits are still pending. Required consultations were not included. I would encourage you to read those letters from the Maine Natural Areas Program. There are no documented features because they were not invited to document those features on the land. All right.
Are we close to wrapping it up?
Yep, 2 seconds. All right. That's just to say, these are not technical gaps and minor supplementational submissions can cure. They go to the fundamental question of whether this project belongs on this parcel. I'm not anti-Amazon. I'm saying the application does not give the board what your own rules require to approve this and ask you to either deny this tonight or at very least send it back and require them to address every single question in there and fully enforce our town zone code. Thank you.
Ryan, is it Joden? Ryan Joden? 11 Shamrock Drive? Ann, do you know this person? Ryan? Not here? Lou Sims?
Thank you. I'm Lou Sims, 9 Lucina Terrace on the Gorham Town Council. I want to reiterate my respect for the planning board as well as our neighbors who have a different view on this matter. In my view, Amazon's proposed warehouse is an epic failure of land use policy on behalf of Gorham's leadership, which I am now part of. This land was zoned industrial in 1999 and then sat vacant for 26 years. After nearly 3 decades of inaction on the industrial market, I've suggested that we should change the zoning to allow for more high-value uses. But instead, in 2019, an active minority of Gorham residents, 1,378 voters, decided that the town should pay top dollar to buy the land from the private owners. So despite no interest from competing buyers, the town voted to borrow $4 million for the land purchase and another $1.9 million for land improvements, which essentially means paying local contractors to build a road into the parcel. That work ended up requiring more than $2.5 million additional taxpayer funds to complete, plus nearly $1 million in interest we're paying on this bond over 20 years. The fixation on industrial development instead of housing is not paying off, and it seems to be based on a misunderstanding of present-day tax dynamics and demographic changes. Gorham's K-12 student population is currently a few students lower than it was 20 years ago. Different types of housing are not our enemy. The 30-some apartments above Junction Bowl don't add kids to our schools, and that building generates more property tax revenue than any building in our industrial park. Amazon maximizes their corporate profits by externalizing their costs onto local taxpayers. Amazon has a demonstrated history of delivering disappointing property tax revenues to municipalities. So I fear that this proposed warehouse will fail the people of Gorham in our efforts to generate meaningful property tax revenues on this parcel. As others have said, a mixed-use development similar to Station Square would generate far more property tax revenue and offer more amenities and gathering spaces for our people. Instead, Amazon proposes to build a desolate parking lot the size of 3 football fields and a big box warehouse that will only detract from the nearby green space, wetlands, and residential communities. Amazon's intense truck traffic will create enormous safety risks for nearby residents. I respectfully urge our planning board to minimize curb cuts for this development and require Amazon to build out sidewalk infrastructure and traffic calming measures throughout the impacted road network. Additionally, Amazon must be required to invest in improving year-round access to our crosstown trail, which abuts this parcel, such that residents can utilize the trail as a viable alternative to walking or biking along Route 25, which will now become far more dangerous to travel due to Amazon's excessive and destructive plans for our community. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else that wishes to speak against this project that you did not sign on the sheet? You did not have to sign in. Please, well, you can fight it out. Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Rofe. My son Alden is in the hat in the back. He's in 8th grade. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but we feel very passionately about this project. My husband Nick and I bought our first home here in 2012. Alden was 12 days old. We wanted a community where schools were great, a neighborhood where we could walk safely. The first home that we were under contract on was on Route 237, and we terminated because even then, that was already used as a highway. On Elm Street, where we live, at 11 Elm Street, our neighborhood is dangerous now. Stop signs are stoptional. Michelle knows this, at Third Space Market. And anybody who's ever at Sebago watches this happen all the time. Cars roll through the intersection already. Each member of our family has almost been hit in the last year. It's about to become even more busy due to the Roby subdivision. When our children were babies in preschool in Portland in 2015, when my husband and I both worked in Portland at the time, sitting in traffic coming into Gorham was long and difficult, especially at dinner time with tired and crying children. And traffic, even at that time, it was brutal and stressful. It's even worse now. This has been touched on previously as a current problem and will continue to get worse. Imagine all the families who are moving to Gorham and beyond. I'm a local realtor. I understand this. Amazon will only add to congestion in and out of town with no limits moving forward. If Amazon is permitted to come to Gorham, communities miles around will be impacted. There's no way to rein in the company once it's here. We need to think about our town and surrounding towns and the long-lasting and generational impacts that Amazon will have on our communities. Myself and my family adamantly oppose Amazon coming to Gorham. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My name is Benjamin. I live right in the center of town. I love this town, and thank you so much for all your work that you do to make it this way. I didn't realize it until tonight, but the comprehensive plan is probably why we moved to this town. I think people move to Maine and Gorham to get away from this stuff. My sister lives in San Francisco because she loves it. She wants to be close to it. We used to bicycle from downtown Gorham into Westbrook to go to Fournier's Karate with my son. I think that's not an option anymore. I'm the kind of person that I take New Portland Road once in a while just to get off 25 already because it sucks even when it's slow. It's just kind of boring and ugly. This is going to make it way worse. Coming back into town, obviously. There's a ton of holes in this. I work in the electrical field. Please don't tell my bosses that I'm here. I'll probably be the one to bid on this contract if it's put out to local contractors, I think there's some major holes in the lighting. 35-foot pole is a really tall pole. I think the foot candle calculations are probably not accurate. This thing's going to be bright. Most towns that we work in, they have required dimming functions after certain times to lower light in evening hours, even for like lights that are on all the time. There's a lot of stuff to look at this, and thank you so much for everyone that spoke tonight.
Thank you. I'm Kimber Cross. I'm at 185 Shaw's Mill Road in Gorham, and I am the furthest away person on the west from the site, but I am in Gorham. We moved here 56 years ago. We're on a farm. That's why we moved here. We just have a new tenant there. They moved to get away from Massachusetts. They wanted to move and chose Gorham. So we have a certain environment that is, I haven't heard represented, I think, in terms of farm people. In fact, we will be putting our farm into a trust so that we can make sure Amazon never takes our farm. I want to say that we in Gorham have the same impetus that Smiling Hill Farm had. If Smiling Hill Farm could beat the state of Maine from putting a highway through it, we certainly can stop Amazon. One of the things I have not heard since the start of all of this is the BRT. That's the bus rapid transit system. It has just been this week in the newspaper that they have contacted all the people, the municipalities in Portland, Westbrook, and Gorham about a rapid transit system. And what it would be doing is having larger buses coming in and out through these three towns, going from Portland to USM, similar in the Husky route. And they would be coming every 10 minutes. And this would be 7 days a week. And it would be 20 minutes when it's on the weekend. Now, I have heard nothing at all about your investigation before that in terms of this transportation problem, which will be also hampered and you have to plan for with Amazon. They said that you were notified in 2024 and that now in 2026, they're asking for the towns to reply to this. It will require the widening of the roads through Westbrook into Gorham, and it would go to USM. And not only that, but the buses would be having additional traffic lights to be able to move, and when other traffic is not able to move. And these are bigger buses. It's part of a rapid transit system. So I don't think you can even consider Amazon with making a stand on that as to where it's going. It's expected to be built by 2030. So that's something that's very relevant in terms of traffic.
Are we close?
Yeah, we're close. The other thing is if Amazon does so well at this location and it wants to expand, where is it going to expand to? Is there adequate land that it would just build on more behind it, or would it come after my farm? And people come to Gorham because they want the rural life. Please don't destroy it.
Hello, my name is Catherine Morin. I live off of 46 Emma Lane. I've been a resident since 2017. I graduated high school here, and I'm currently a senior undergrad at USM studying environmental planning and policy. I'm also a proud volunteer of the town's Affordable Housing Committee, but I'm speaking just on behalf of myself. In summary, I oppose the currently proposed warehouse project, mostly in the realm of affordability. The average Gorham resident has a mean per capita income of $51,300, while the average warehouse worker in Amazon has annual salaries as high as $45,500, as low as $23,500. Meaning either if Gorham residents do take these jobs, they'll have a decreased quality of living, or they'll have to live outside of the town. I'll try to keep this. I have a bunch of different notes, but then everyone's spoken on a lot of different issues, so I don't want to repeat things too much. In 2022, OSHA found that 3 Amazon warehouses subjected workers to, quote, a high risk of low back injuries and other musculoskeletal disorders. So does that follow ordinances Like, I also do want to fully acknowledge that your planning board focuses on ordinances and regulations, but as residents of the town, I would implore you to prioritize the health and well-being of Amazon workers, especially considering that, sorry, my voice is so dry, especially considering that the town is concerned enough about affordable housing to create the committee that I'm a part of, and considering the fact that OSHA has found Amazon to be guilty of creating unsafe working environments. Also speaking to the union member, I don't know if they're still here, but Amazon was found guilty of threatening to withhold wages and benefits if workers unionized in 2022 at 2 different U.S. warehouses. As far as environmental concerns, I know I have the environmental moniker with my affiliation, but I do support economic development, and I am opposed to the NIMBY philosophy. But at the same time, I want to acknowledge that significant vernal pools, of which this project would impact 2, cannot be replicated in different locations. That is scientifically a fact, because we don't have the technology to do so. So if they are permanently altered, we are not getting those back. As for wetlands, widely acknowledged, they are the best technology for flooding mitigation and stormwater and contamination treatment. As amazing as the alternatives that you have proposed are, natural wetlands are consistently found to be better at that. As for the upland sandpiper issue, while they have not been seen on this habitat block in quite a few years, there is no data to suggest that that habitat cannot be restored, and that in permanently altering it, we could be jeopardizing an ecotourism opportunity. I also want to speak briefly on the air pollution. Oh, my time is almost up. With the 15% ethanol allowance now happening, and with a theoretical increase in traffic, we are going to see, if this project is approved, we're going to see an increased amount of low-level ozone pollution, which causes severe respiratory issues and can visually damage surrounding plants, including reducing agricultural yields. Thank you for your time.
I am Sam Sherrington of 184 South Street. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I just wanted to make a quick point about the presentation that was made to you. In one of the Sebago Technic slides, they said that 100% of semi-truck trips, 70% of van delivery trips, and 63% of employee trips are to and from the east. Now, the 63% of employee trips being to and from the east piqued my interest. I saw that and thought, what is to the east of the warehouse? The Gorham Industrial Park in Westbrook. And what's not to the east of the warehouse? Gorham residents. In their presentation to you tonight, the development team indicated that the majority of employees will not be Gorham residents. This is further evidence that this project will not benefit the people of Gorham and that it's a bad deal for the town. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else that was, okay, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Karen Nielsen. I live at 144 Dingley Spring Road in Gorham. I've lived in Gorham and Scarborough, close to Gorham, for about 25 years. I'm a garden designer. I'm an organic, I have an organic company. I pay pretty well. The average person that works for me gets about $30 an hour. And I'm always looking for crew if anybody needs a job. And I garden for a lot of people in Gorham, and I have not prepared anything, so this is all very anecdotal. But I live on a road where the posted speed limit is 35 miles an hour. And I thought I was moving to a little country lane, lovely little property, fix it up, plant some trees, whatever. So I'd lived in my home for less than a year when I tore my meniscus when a dump truck came roaring down my road, didn't see me at my mailbox, and if I hadn't jumped in the ditch, I would have been killed. Then a few years later, I was run over by a truck and didn't walk for 8 months. I talked to the town council, I talked to the town manager, and I said, why is there no control of all these trucks? So I live on a road that's the bypass between 114 and 25. And feels like every truck on my little road is going in front of my house. So we see all the dead animals, the pets, the cats, the guy across the street in a wheelchair who last year was hit by a truck, actually by a van, and the person didn't stop. His wheelchair was totaled, but he survived, thank goodness. So when we talk about all these regulations and people have done their homework and it's wonderful, I haven't done any of that. I just go by the seat of my pants. So we have these speed limits, which is a law, right? And they're unenforceable. Because if you talk to the Gorham police, we have all these rural roads and we don't have the police force to enforce them. And we could probably triple our police force and we still wouldn't have a means to control people who are speeding on these roads. And they're big, fuel delivery trucks. They're every kind of truck you could imagine. And then people in the summer trying to get to Sebago, and then all the contractors. So that's just one part of it. But I drive through Gorham every day. My son works in Westbrook and he doesn't drive, so I take him to and from work. And I drive my little truck all over Heck. And you cannot come into or out of Gorham between the hours of 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock into the village. Don't even think about it. You got to go around. You have to take 237 and then maybe take Houston Road. You have to be really clever and know all these little side roads to get anywhere in Gorham in the middle of the day, which is really sad. And I think that there is no way that we can have this warehouse and all this additional traffic with the plan that's currently in place, never mind the environmental hazard and perhaps all the laws that are being broken. But the last thing I want to say as a business owner is I support Gorham businesses. I shop at all the local nurseries. I buy mulch from Shaw Brothers and Grondins. I go to the local Ace Hardware store. I don't shop the big box stores. And has anyone talked about where does all this stuff from Amazon, how does this affect our local business owners? I mean, I'm not replaceable in that they can't send a garden designer from Amazon to fix your backyard, right? Can they? Maybe they can. And I know a young man who graduated from Gorham High who was recruited by Amazon when he was 17. And he went to Boston and he's in robotics and he designed robots to replace the warehouse workers to pull the stuff off the shelves, and I'm probably over time. And he was made redundant 3 years ago by Amazon. A robot replaced him. So I don't know what everyone in this town is thinking is so great about Amazon, because I try to hire people from USM, I try to hire students.
Thank you.
And I can't even get anybody to come work for me. I'm just saying.
Okay, if I one thing.
Against?
No, I'm yes against Amazon.
Yes,
100%.
Name and address, please.
Rachel Bonnell, Buck Street. I promised someone out in the hallway I would mention this. They wanted to know if there would be drone delivery with this facility. So I just had to get that off my chest. And my own concern, which I've brought up in the past, is there anything written that will continue to keep this facility as a warehouse? Or is it possible that Amazon could turn this into an AI location? Because I find that really frightening. That's about it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, anyone else that wishes to speak against this project? Going once? Going twice. Thank you. Last but not least, this segment is dedicated to neutral opinions. Is Jeff Ballard still here?
Good evening, Jeff Ballard, 92 Gorham Farms Road, and Eddie, who's been sleeping very patiently in the back. Just two very brief things. One that I want to touch on, because it's been brought up a lot tonight, is the number of curb cuts. There's concern over the fact that it's 3. This is 1,800 feet approximately of road frontage. So realistically, 6 businesses could go in there. So really asking for 3, I think, is pretty reasonable when you consider this area could handle 6. But really what I wanted to speak about, the comprehensive plan is being done this year. Many of you who are on the board will be working on that, as well as many people in the audience tonight. I think one of the common criticisms we hear, I'm also on the school committee, but I'm speaking for myself, of course. One of the common criticisms we hear in this town is that the elected officials don't listen to the public and don't listen to the feedback that we get. I will say on our latest budget, when we were doing that, we did not have any input. So it's hard to say we don't listen if no one gives us input, but that's beside the point. It's pretty clear that people want this to be zoned for mixed use. So I would encourage everyone, when you're working on the comprehensive plan, to rezone this parcel as mixed use if the project does not move forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else that would like to speak to this project that is neutral? Fire away.
I'll try to be a good.
You got 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll talk fast. Charlie Hamblin. I'm now on the town council, and but I'm speaking for myself, not for the town council. When Amazon was approved, that was one of the reasons I ran for town council. I was really shocked that the town council admitted they'd spent 6 months working behind the scenes and never let the public know. And then they had a public meeting, boom, it was done, nobody could talk. I was kind of shocked that that's the way Gorham works, that we don't get any public input. If I was on the town council at the time, I would ask a few questions. Now I look and I see the law firm for Amazon, I think, is Drummond Woodson. And I think the law firm for Gorham is Drummond Woodson. So I would ask, is that a conflict of interest? Have we addressed that? Are we aware of what's going on there? I'd also be concerned of the conflict of interest of the Gorham Planning Board approving something for the town of Gorham. Shouldn't we maybe have an independent view out there? Because I would think the planning board might be swayed by the town itself to move in a certain direction or not. So the independence of this whole thing has kind of surprised me. The third thing, I would have looked on Amazon. I would have looked on the internet about Amazon. I have a few minutes of that left. And man, you spend 5 minutes on the internet and Amazon is all over the place. They're tough on workers. They're tough on suppliers. I know people who sell things through Amazon, and oh my, they're tough, but they're one of the biggest organizations in the world. You don't get that way without being tough. So I can appreciate the toughness of it. And the fourth thing I would ask is, how many people's lives and cars and injuries are we willing to sacrifice for this? Because there's going to be 3,000 more cars going down Main Street all times a day, and that's obviously going to cause a lot more impact to people, to injuries, auto accidents, and everything else. I mean, it has to. I don't think anybody in the audience can deny that level of volume is going to have that more impact on people. And so if I were on the town council, I would have pushed for a public hearing so that these people could have talked before it got to the planning board level, because I think that's more appropriate there. And I would have asked for more due diligence, because I think we were kind of looking for $4 million in the bank instead of what it's really doing to impact our town. And realistically, we borrowed $5.9 million. We're going to pay over $1 million of interest. And we're going to lose money on this, everybody in the town of Gorham, forever, because we'll never get this money back in property tax. So let's make a good decision. Let's put something in there that we all want. And maybe it's Amazon, but just recognize Amazon tends to close their warehouses after 3 to 5 years. So what are you going to do with it when they walk away? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what? Excuse me?
Was that pretty neutral?
Preface it by saying you were on the council. I'm not sure that's neutral. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone else that would like to speak to this neutrally? Anyone else, please? This is the last chance for a public hearing. It'll be in every newspaper on all over the world that more people wanted to speak, and I'm giving you the opportunity. Going once? Going twice? Anyone else, please? Okay, the public hearing is closed. Thank you. Now, we're in a conundrum because our curfew is at 10 p.m. Well, the public hearing is closed. You do something that's friendly, we do? That's what I say every time.
By public, you mean the public comment period is closed?
It's called,
Yeah. Okay.
see what this says? Yeah. Am I wrong?
Move forward.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
That's what we call it.
How would you like to proceed?
We everyone else is sure. Please.
We reopen it again.
Okay.
This is for the town attorney.
Okay.
We reopen it again,
Okay.
quite often. So it's not the end of public hearing.
10 p.m. curfew. My experience is that this is at least an hour and a half of debate. At least. Easy. We could put a time limit and say we're going to speak until, or we can suspend this and have to continue.
Either way, we're going to have to continue.
Yeah, I'm not here till midnight.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, before we get to that, could I just ask that we clarify one point that was raised with one of the more recent speakers with regard to the status of the attorney who is sitting to your right?
Yes.
And what firm he represents?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Someone made a comment about conflict of interest and the applicant being represented by the law firm of Drummond Woodsum, which is typically the town attorney. I'm not from Drummond Woodsum. I'm from a different law firm. And it's to address that concern. I'm from the law firm of Perkins Thompson in Portland. So different law firm. And I'm here just for advising the planning board on this particular project.
But the Gorham lawyer is from Woodson.
The town attorney is from Drummond Woodsum.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pleasure of the board. I'm going to look at, we have Mr. Poirier, and to my right. We're at 10 p.m.
10 p.m., I believe the 10 p.m. rule is about taking new items up, so you could continue the review as long as the planning board felt comfortable. But I think there is a standard here where this meeting is going to go too long, and then the planning board may not be
Sure.
as fresh, sharp, in the review. So I think, I mean, we heard a lot of stuff tonight from the abutters that I think takes a little bit for the planning board to digest, but I think there are some things that the planning board may want some questions to or questions answered. And if the planning board's okay with it, maybe go an hour just to get those important questions the board wants out to the applicant so they can submit revised comments to those planning board comments. And then you'll have time to digest some of all the comments we heard this evening and then think through them as we move through the review process.
What's your pleasure? Are you up for another hour? I mean.
I can.
I would like to say, no. Chief Sanborn, thank you for your presence this evening. I think it was pretty calm, but I asked him specifically to be here just in case. Thank you for your service this evening. I think you can. Thank you. All right, we'll have a motion. Mr. Walsh?
I'd say, well, I'm not ready to make a motion. I would just say I think it would be a good idea to get some of those questions out there without discussion.
I think you could ask questions of the applicant.
Yeah.
Without necessarily needing a motion.
No, it's 10 o'clock is the curfew.
Yeah. Oh,
I think Mr. Poirier is correct. I think that applies to new business being taken up after 10.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
true.
It's good policy for us just to stick to the motion now.
As you wish.
That's what we do.
Okay.
Rob, you don't want to.
Anyone else? I'm in favor. I can stay another hour. Anyone else? Anyone else not want to stay?
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to stay?
It's been a long.
Okay, Mr. Delaney, I respect that. If you decide to leave, as long as we have a quorum. Mr. Foley?
I probably wouldn't stay.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't stay.
You?
I would prefer not to stay.
All right, we're down to 5. Colonel?
I would prefer to hear from everyone on the board and then call it. That's my preference, so that we can give feedback. We can give feedback. We can give feedback to the applicant, and they have something to take away, and we have more time to consider. So that would be my preferred method. That we go down, everybody gets a chance to just state their concerns, and then we wrap it.
You want to stay? You'll stay.
I'll stay to do that, but I don't want to have if we say an hour and we start asking questions and getting feedback, now we're at 2 hours. And
11 o'clock's going to be
it.
Ms. Nichols?
I feel that we've got some representation here tonight that I have questions for, that I would like to not lose that opportunity.
Sure, I appreciate that. Yep.
So I'm willing to stay a little bit.
Mr. Frank?
I'm with you.
You're good to stay? Mr. Walsh?
Yes. Yeah, I can stay. I'm
Gentlemen,
concerned. I want to hear from our friends here to the left.
Sure.
I'll stay here.
You, Mr. Christopoli?
Are we capping it? Are we capping it?
11 o'clock, we'll add an hour. Are you up for that? Please, if you have other circumstances you have to leave, we can still vote with 6.
Let's keep going. Let's go.
All right, is there a motion, Mr. Walsh?
Move that we extend the planning board meeting till no later than 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Frank.
We'll second.
Everyone understand? Another hour. We get a lot of feedback back and forth. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you, Colonel.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I've been asked if we could take a 5-minute recess. Sorry. I gotta ask.
No. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, please. Ben Dyke, please give us 5 minutes. Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday evening, May 4th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the Gorham Planning Board. We had a 5-minute recess. It is now 10 past 10, and we have voted to stay until 11 p.m. I'm going to look to members of the board. We've just finished a public hearing, and now we have some information and questions and stuff we want to share with the design team. Is that right? We would like to kind of wrap this up so that you know going forward, as you did in December. So let me open it up. You want to stay, please fire away.
Can we start with a question for the staff? There was some conversation about, from environmental concerns referencing shoreland zone. And does that standard apply in this case? Because there were several comments written and spoken that referenced the shoreland code being triggered by the vernal pools on the property. And so I'm wondering if how that applies.
I wrote a note to double check that. That's
Okay.
what I can tell you.
So we need to revisit that at a later date.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks.
And that included, there was also a comment not only about the vernal pools, but the amount of acreage of wetlands, all that plugging into the possibility of triggering the shoreline zone.
Yeah, I wrote some notes to that effect as well.
I will confirm for the planning board, it's not only the size of the wetland, but there's a lot of things that go in to make it a shoreline wetland, not just size. So there were a lot of things mentioned. A lot of them that weren't mentioned makes it hard for this to be considered a shoreline wetland, but we'll confirm that. Thank you.
Would that be part of the DEP's review as well, or is that a separate?
The DEP would flag it, but shoreline wetlands are something the state designated to municipalities to enforce, so we are dedicated to enforce it. We work with the DEP to flag wetlands that meet this shoreline designation, if you will. And then, so we'll lean on them to help us with it, but I don't foresee this meeting that criteria, but we'll confirm it.
Yeah, and like maybe see what the criteria is and have a little bit better explanation of how that works.
Yeah, I worked on the town's shoreline wetlands map, so I know what we identified to get the ones designated now, which is one. Tannery Brook is the only shoreline designated wetland that we have in town, just because of the size, right? The size, the width, there's a lot of things that go into it to identify as a shoreline wetland, and that's the only one that's been identified that.
You don't have to answer it now. I just please bring that information back.
Yeah, wooded wetlands aren't considered shoreline wetlands. That's the other thing we've got to consider. So.
Okay. That was my only staff question.
Thank you, Colonel.
I don't have anything for staff, but I have for the applicant. If you want. All right.
All right. Well, do we want to finish with the staff?
Yeah.
Or are we finished with? Or are we finished? We're good. Okay. Thank you. All right. Design team.
Okay, I'm just going to hit some of the highlights of just some things that really, I know we don't have time for discussion, but I want to get into discussion with these in the future. I guess the one thing I would say is this is an awkward way to do it. And, I think if it was at all possible, we could do some of this in a workshop setting with the applicant. It would facilitate discussion possibly easier. Just throw that out for giggles. Okay, as we listen to a lot of the input, and actually I had lots of questions about it, the whole issue of buffering. And we really need to see what you can do to improve the buffering. I understand you have, by code, you have to have 100 feet. Okay, yeah, the 6-foot fence, yeah, ridiculous, okay? I would really like, I would like to see options for a berm. You have a list of trees there, I see that, yes, favor the conifers, better for screening, but there are some of the trees noted on there, I'd say are not really suited for Maine. Some of the hardwoods you had listed are not really suited for Maine. Maybe they do grow fast, but winter may knock them out. Okay, but really, you heard it a lot tonight, buffering. need to do something. So that leads me to a second topic. I asked you the last time you were in what you could do to move at least part of the parking lot to, let's say, towards the south of the warehouse. I did not see any of that. I've gone through the 558 pages several times, but I'm looking for something there. I want to see what options are. I understand we have wetlands issues. I also understand there are processes to, forgive me, fill wetlands. Maybe we can create some wetlands elsewhere. Again, this is not the vernal pools. They're way on the south end. I'm talking, is there a way to move some of that parking lot away from Shamrock Drive? And I'd like to see options. Don't just tell me that they can't be done. I'd like to see options, what can be done. With that, is there a possibility of routing a south exit out to Cedar Drive? Again, it tackles the whole thing, because if you can fish a road down through there, and again, if you give me a map, I'll go show you a route I could see by looking at the topo map. But is there a way to put a road down there and maybe put the parking for the vans along there, at least part of it? That's my biggest issues as I go through this whole thing. How can you do that? Because an outlet to Cedar Drive will give you another way to get to the south without going onto Main Street. So it hits a couple things. Gets away from Shamrock Drive, gets some traffic possibly going out of the site to the south. And let me see if there's anything else. The noise on the backup alarms, yeah. There's also, it sounds like there's more work to be done there, so I'm looking forward to hearing what there. And then lastly, and then I'll pass to my colleagues here, sidewalk. We need to have a sidewalk on Main Street. Ideally, I'd like to see a sidewalk from Gateway Common, Shamrock Drive, all the way to Mosher Corner. I really think with the impact that this warehouse will have on that section of road will make it a hazard for pedestrians and bicyclists. So work with the town. How do you get a sidewalk in that area that's wide enough for both pedestrians and for bicyclists, and make it a little safer? That's the minimum that can be done, considering the impact on this. And lastly, on the I guess on the waiver for the 3 curb cuts, having managed the commercial industrial warehouse, I really see there is a need for that waiver to be approved when it does come before us. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're passing the baton to me now?
All
right.
I didn't know which way it's going.
Oh, I got some too.
That's seniority.
The backup alarms. Does, in your operation, will every vehicle be required to have a backup alarm? Even like a little delivery van?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know, John, do you?
I think it's the broad subject of backup alarms. Let's just come back with more information right there.
I'm sorry, sir?
Please go to the...
On the broad subject of backup alarms, why don't we have a more robust discussion? I think we've heard the question loud and clear and can get you more information.
I guess part of my wondering is, like if Amazon's going to own the vehicles, then they'll probably have commercial license plates, and might that trigger the necessity for a backup alarm? Is that kind of okay?
We'll confirm and respond in the next meeting.
And another thought I had with regard to your giant parking lot, like if I go shopping anywhere, I always look for 2 parking places that are empty so I can pull through and not have to back in or out. In your parking lot, can you make provisions for parking arrangements like that?
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I didn't expect an answer now, but yeah, just these little things to think of that improves little bits and pieces. Rob, sorry, didn't mean to.
No worries, no, thank you. We heard a lot of information on the lighting, a lot of controversy on the lighting. My question is, do we have to have so much lighting for the parking lots? Can we reduce the number of poles? Can we reduce the overall lighting? Is that a possibility?
We'll review and take a look.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions.
Please.
First, I want to just make a comment that our December meeting, we brought up a lot of these same issues, and I feel as a planning board member that a lot of the issues were not addressed. And so I just want, you stood up there, you shook your head, and you said, we'll look at it. And yet, a 6-foot wall as a buffer, to come back with that, and just a little bit of trees there, it gave me the feeling of you're not really listening to the concerns of our community. That's a big issue. So a 6-foot wall, what is it going to be made out of? Appropriate buffering. We even spoke of, I like the idea of a berm, but we also spoke of, because I mentioned it, of putting that parking lot slightly below grade, so that and I don't mean dig a hole and have it underground, but slightly below grade because it's a berm. And that way, I mean, it's a little hill. So that way, that also has a natural buffer without actually, and then you just build up from that. So
yeah,
that's
just to address you directly, and I understand the concern of not feeling like you've been heard, and that's definitely not our intent. In this meeting, one of the changes that we made from the sketch plan meeting back in December was add that wall that was not included in our sketch plan application, and it was a response to concerns with headlights shining into the backyard of Shamrock Drive. So that was an add that we did, and it was also provided acoustical benefits in addition, and the team also added additional trees for landscaping for buffer. And for the location of the parking lot, the intent of we also added more slides to show the entire 94-acre site, because I think there was some misconceptions of our view of only the site plan representing the entire site. So we wanted to show that there is still a lot of the site that's existing, that's going to remain in its natural habitat, and also highlight the wetlands to show that it's there's no other location that we could build. But what I'm hearing in this time is you guys need visual representation, so you want images. So what we will do as a design team is show the parking lot in different locations and also quantify that impact, because I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, and verbally it's not coming across as clear. So I just want to make sure you don't feel like we're hearing your comments and disregarding that. This is our utmost concern and priority, and we're working really hard to address it, but I think we need to go a little bit further.
Okay, I'll look for that. I have a couple other questions. One is having to do with the vans.
Mm-hmm.
Will the vans, because this has come up a couple times, assuming the vans belong to Amazon and that they will be registered in the town of Gorham versus leasing it fleet from another company that's outside of the town of Gorham as a possibility? That's one question. And the second question on the vans is, are they going to be EVs? Have you looked at electric vehicles that could reduce the mitigation of any noise as well as pollution?
John, can you take this?
So, great questions. To the first one, the vans are not always directly owned by Amazon, but they will be registered in the town of Gorham, definitively. That's our standard policy, right? So do you sometimes need an extra van for the holiday season, or these vans get used heavily, they go in the shop? So the overwhelming majority of vans on the site will be registered in Gorham, right? And that, again, standard policy. With regards to EV, that's something we're rolling out. We've got robust EV goals across the country. I think we have at the moment 800 operating in Massachusetts, 10 different delivery stations just like this. So the long-term goal to be to deploy electric vehicle infrastructure and then corresponding having the vans. a little bit of the chicken and the egg. Sometimes you need to open a building and the electric vehicles fall after it just from a supply chain issue. But the long-term goal is to have electric vehicle delivery here as well.
But there would also be the planning of having charging.
Yes.
For those EV vans.
I mean, that's
Once
actually
you
one of the
do
reasons we have
purchase
the overhead issue, is that we're
Okay.
bringing the electricity over the sewer line, the water line easement. So we're almost causing our own waiver request because we are electrifying the parking lot for eventual EV deployment.
Okay, so that
And that was mentioned, but maybe not as much of a point of emphasis, so our apologies.
So the EV stations there, they're going, and the power that's going to be provided there, in the building of it, you will have sufficient power to deploy more charging stations
Yes.
versus what you might have at the beginning.
Correct. Yeah, and there's also obligations, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine there's probably some requirements just in terms of a percentage of employee parking spots to be EV as well. Yeah.
There is, but that's a very tiny.
Separate, but I'm adding to it.
That's
I'm just saying, yeah,
this much.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
that's why I thought, it was important to do it, and particularly in this location, because of the uniqueness of having the residential corner there, and that is a big issue.
Sure.
So the EVs would serve many purposes, noise and air pollution. Okay. I think one other comment was on the 20-foot light poles. If your light poles, and I know somebody else mentioned it, if they could be just looked at whether or not they have to be 20 feet. If they're going to be 20 feet high, then does the wall need to be 20 feet high when it's in that parking area? Well, 35 feet where the trucks come in, but in the parking area, it was going to be 20 feet.
Correct, and we did look at lowering the light poles, and in order to have substantial lighting for just safety, if you lower the light poles, you have to add more light poles on there. So we kept it at the Amazon standard at the 20 feet to reduce the number of light poles on there. Amazon standard is for all the lighting fixtures to be downward shielded lighting and also to be dark sky compliant. So the lighting plan that we did shows that there is no spillover or spillage of lighting outside of those boundaries, and none spill over in the residential backyard limits. It actually comes further in, shows that that light is not going to spill over into the residential community.
Okay.
Mr. Frank, please.
Yeah, just to follow up again on the lighting, it was December, wasn't it? It was cold.
Yeah.
And I asked you about the possibility of motion sensing lights.
Yeah, and this is also something we did speak to the applicant about, and from a safety standpoint, having it lit is a standard reason because of people coming in at different times. Just from a safety standpoint, having it lit 24 hours is their requirement. It's like liability issues and potential, just accidents, for example, to reduce all of that. Having it lit, since this is a 24-hour operation, is a requirement.
Is it your requirement or some law?
It's Amazon's requirements, the applicants.
So it's not a law? It's what
Correct, it's not a law.
It's what you insist upon, okay.
Correct.
Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, just a follow-up. One thing I just put under safety, do you have requirements or do you build in for snow removal on your vans? The sitting in the parking lot, snow accumulates, and do you have a requirement that the snow be removed off the roofs of the vans before they can go out on the road?
We'll check into that.
Okay.
Definitely on tractor trailers.
Yeah.
Right, but again, tractor trailers are generally not lingering too long at our site, but we can get you a specific answer on the vans.
Yeah, it's a good safety practice. In the
Totally.
state of Pennsylvania, I got forced into doing it, and it was difficult to come up with a rig to clear them off. with tractor trailers? Okay. Then I just want to come back, the question about the registration. I'm just thinking about this. The vans, the delivery vans you said are not necessarily owned by Amazon, because as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the drivers are private contractor, thus they own their own van?
Correct, delivery service partners.
But they don't necessarily own the vans either, so.
All right.
Amazon might.
So how do you force them to register it in Gorham if it's owned by
I mean, the vans will live in Gorham, right? Every night they will come back to the site and live there. So
and
like,
that's nice.
our standard policy is to register the vans in the community that they are housed.
Even if the van is owned by a private contractor?
Yep.
Oh, hey,
The delivery service partners do not own the vans either.
Okay.
So it's Amazon just works with the fleet company to make sure we've got the fleet and
All
manage
right,
the
so it
fleet.
is a fleet ownership, but they register them here?
Yes.
Hey, love it. Okay. That's good. And when we come in next time, we really would like you to take us through the van, what an average day looks like.
Yeah.
You know, the loading schedule, how that works, the timeline.
Yeah.
And then I really would like to see the charts and some of the stuff that was prepared, some of it in the report, about how the distribution, in other words, how they disperse the roadways. I'd like to go through that in more detail than time allows tonight.
I wrote that down in my notes as we were going through there. I think that both the board and just stakeholders would benefit from a kind of a day in the life exercise.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the things I say, and I'm not trying to be cute, is that we don't want to be in your traffic or be your traffic to the greatest extent possible. And so it's worth noting that the arrival of employees and departure of employees does not overlap with traditional AM, PM rush hour peaks. And the arrival of van drivers and the departure of vans, and then the return of vans and the departure of van drivers also does not overlap with traditional AM, PM rush hour peaks. So we spend a lot of time working around that kind of AM, PM rush hour to mitigate our traffic. So for example, the Amazon employees that will work, quote unquote, under the roof and kind of receiving packages and preparing them to leave, they'll arrive at say 2 a.m. Right, and they will leave the building around noon, right? And so we are not, these buildings are pretty quiet most of the afternoon until the van drivers come back, which is, called 8 to 10 o'clock at night, depending on when they first left, right? So but I think there's real benefit in walking, again, the board and attendees through how that works. It's a bit of a flywheel, it's the same thing every day, but again, we're happy to kind of provide not just how the hours of operation work, but also the flow within the site, which is kind of also then informing the curb cut issue. One of the things we try really hard to do from a site safety perspective is segregate the users of the site vehicularly. The most dangerous place in an Amazon facility is the parking lot because it's people and cars, right? And I think that's been a point noted a number of different times. And so we try to make sure that we don't have, for example, tractor trailers mixing with passenger vehicles in the in and out of the course of the day, right? So that's something we think about. Happy to talk with everybody about the flows in the site, the daily operation, et cetera. And then I ultimately that request and then the adjudication of that request becomes a more substantial conversation.
I look forward to hearing it.
Yeah.
And just to that point too, just one more add about the 3 curb cuts. The reason why we're also having it is to alleviate traffic on the street. By having the 3 curb cuts, we allow for all the traffic that's intended in driving to the site to get on faster than being kind of like limited to only 2 curb cuts or 1 on the site. So it is a benefit for the neighboring area as well.
I echo about the interest in the traffic and having more details and how that's all going to work. I also think there's an opportunity for your open spaces and open trails to work with the town to improve access to the part of the property that you're not using. There is a town trail that runs and abuts the land, so I think there's an opportunity there that I think the town would appreciate hearing how that could be optimized.
Yeah, we also need to review it. I believe the Crosstown Trail actually does not sit on the parcel being purchased, so it would continue to flow as is.
I'm just saying there's an opportunity there with that land.
Oh, to expand the Crosstown Trail. Okay, understood.
Totally agree.
The town of Gorham is we're well-known for having this wonderful trail system, both for biking and cycling. And so to make a connection to that and make sure there was also another question about a possibility of a right-of-way to be sure that we can access that crosstown trail, which is on the back side on the south side abutting your property. And the trails, which trails? There was another one of the trails that it wanted to connect to. So making connections with those, and that's a big plus for Gorham.
Again, that's something else I took in the notes, is that there's the robust trail system. That was actually one of the first things that kind of our local team flagged for us. I'll just offer this as somebody who bikes to work every day. I get it, right? And so I think we'll do our best to kind of be good stewards, just in terms of proximity, and to the extent that we can be good partners of that, I think we'll put our thinking caps on and get into that.
I have a series of questions, and they're more for Mr. Taylor. I'll try and run through them. Drawing related.
Want me to pull up the drawing?
No, you can write, and I can. Sheet C102. So you see what says Cobb Road?
Yes.
Directly above that, it says 8 truck spaces, but there's only 7 shown. You agree?
You may want to put it up on the computer.
I had my phone magnified 100 times.
There's one on the north side of the crosswalk. I don't know if that's being counted.
On the other side of that crosswalk, that's considered one?
Yes.
Okay, well, that just erases like six of my other questions then. Okay, thank you. I just didn't understand why there was okay, that's fine. Landscape drawings, L102, and this is the same, L102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108. There's a note, 1.1. And on note 1.1, I think the word C, S-E-E, is missing between, gotta magnify this. The sentence 1.1 says, in parentheses, for more information, please, Division 700.
Yes, so that's referring to the loam and seed mix, which is the DOT park mix number 1.
I get that. I think the word SEE is missing.
Yes.
Please see, you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so it's perfect in 2.1 in all of those drawings. So the infamous cut and paste.
Yes.
On 103, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Silly question, the civil drawing C503. Foundation drain section.
Yep.
You got to dimension 0.2 minimum pitch. Is that decimal feet per foot, or is that inches per foot? I'm guessing it's decimal feet per foot, but it doesn't say. It just says 0.2 minimum.
That would be like a percentage, so it would be...
decimal feet, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay, but it doesn't say that. That's all I'm suggesting. Maybe a clarification for that. If it ever gets that far. Let's see. Sheet C505. Under the service connection. I think there's some words missing. See where it says curb stop?
Yes.
And then below that, service on private to be acceptable to pad. I think, is there some words missing there?
PWD is in reference to the Portland Water District.
PWD, all right. But is there some words missing? Service on private?
Service on, yeah, private property, I would say.
Word missing there, okay. Thank you. 511, I'm almost finished. On pump parameters, horsepower is 1.9. I'm guessing it's 2 or something, 2 or better, whole numbers.
Say that again?
The pump parameter for,
Yes.
it says horsepower is 1.9.
Yes.
That might be the service, but it's probably a 2.0 or better, right? There's no 1.9 horsepower motors.
We could take a further look at it. The pump is the alternate sewer connection, so we didn't take it very far in the design, I would say.
Okay. I'm just suggesting there's no 1.9 horsepower. Unless Amazon is selling that, probably, maybe by now, I don't know. Come on, I gotta ask. Oh my God. Reference drawing C516. This was mentioned earlier. This is specifically MS1. It's talking about the signage. I was privy to know that we have some new, perhaps signage ordinances. We had a workshop that are coming down the road, so be prepared. Come on. We were all at the workshop. Very important for me. Very, very last drawing in this package, which is unnumbered. It just says sheet 1 of 1. I guess the title is truck turning exhibit.
Yep.
I say this quite often. You have a fire truck template there. Has Chief Fickett signed off on that? Is that typical of what Gorham has?
This is the typical truck that we use when we do applications in Gorham. From my understanding, is that it's longer than the vehicle that Gorham has.
I've asked before if we have a template. I don't know if Chief Fickett, are you familiar, Mr. Norton?
That's usually reviewed by Chief Fickett.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it.
He would be the one to make comments on that.
Okay, I just, as a courtesy, to make sure the chief knows that he can get his truck around any of these. And if the parking lot's moving, we may have other issues.
Yeah, I think what Chris is referring to, in our moving requirements, we have a template for a WB 40 vehicle, whatever that truck is, and then the fire chief has a ladder truck that he uses. I think they're similar, but we'll have the chief confirm it.
Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you. Great job otherwise.
Yeah, but the signs too, Jim, and that C512, the signs are colorful. The other, almost similar big package, the signs are black and white, so color is better.
That was all for me, folks. Mr. Walsh, please.
Yeah, if for future discussion on stormwater, if we could get color copies, your visual you put up with so much easier because we're looking at black and whites here. It's really hard to see that. But for that discussion, I appreciate having color. I guess lastly, since we have a tiny bit of time, there's been some questions raised by the public. There are, and for lack of a better term, I guess concerns. I was going to say fears, but I guess concerns that the facility could be used for other purposes. And maybe if you could speak to that now or certainly the next time.
So we're here to seek approval from the town for a build-to-suit last mile delivery station. It's a very specific use, very specific vehicular layout, et cetera. Any changes to that, we'd be right back here in this room talking to you. That is the guarantee. I have seen this suggested a number of different times in places that this is a stealth data center. I cannot more equivocally say this is not a data center proposal in disguise. And so any substantial changes to this proposal, so say you approve this project and we want to change the vehicular layout or add parking spaces. You have triggers to control whether or not we can do that, right? And so I think one of the things we value about when we partner with the local community is understanding that we may need to evolve our operations over time, but we know that we'd have to come back and justify any evolution, right? And so, but again, this building is very purpose-built for what exactly we're talking about tonight, and there's no plans otherwise to change that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to add one more thing. Also, for Gorham, the permitted uses for industrial zone does not include data centers. So it's not a permitted use here. If we were to change that to data center, first we'd need to rezone the property and go back before you and town council to do so, and then also submit a new application for a different use. So it's not even permitted.
That's just a case study of, I think, the question a lot of people are referring to. Happy to refer to it.
Thank you.
Confirm.
I don't believe that you can put a data center anywhere in the state of Maine. I think they're being banned statewide. Isn't that true? Later?
I believe the governor vetoed that, but neither here nor there. It came up at another meeting, so that's why I happened to know that.
Okay, a new discussion was going on.
Anyone else?
One last comment, or one last question or request. It came up last in December as well, that there is a lot of parking spaces. There are a lot of parking spaces, and in that big parking lot. If there is any room to reduce the size of that, that would also be helpful. That could, generate the buffer going, and I think the comment was that you tend to build a little bit extra, maybe double the necessary spaces, but just to take a look at that and see if those spaces maybe can be reduced
Just
a little.
Totally get it. One thing, I think this is where we benefit from the day in the life exercise. So for example, every van really needs 2 spots, because we would assume a van driver arrives in their personal vehicle, parks their personal vehicle, and then takes a van and leaves. And to facilitate that, you need excess parking, right? And so I think there's also, I think one of the things that we've lived a lot of experience here. Somebody said tonight the average Amazon facility closes in 3 to 5 years. That couldn't be further from the truth, if worth mentioning. But we have a lot of buildings across the country. One of the things we've learned is to build in extra queuing. We never want our tractor trailers or a van gets stuck somewhere, we queue on a neighborhood streets. I think one of the things we've heard loud and clear tonight is that Main Street's important to everybody and the traffic flow is important to everybody. It's important to us. So one of the things we do is we build an extra queuing and extra space so that we are never going to spill it onto your streets to the greatest extent possible. I also want to clarify, one of the things that we talked about was the 3,000 trips numbers. That means 1,500 cars. I'm not saying that everybody should be thrilled about that number, but it's 3,000 trips, which means an in and an out, those 2 trips. So I just want to clarify that point. And again, we can certainly get into that when we talk more next week, or next time we connect.
Just to add on to that point, I think a lot of what I've heard just in this discussion this evening was about traffic. I think a lot will be starting to be answered in the June 15th scoping meeting that we have regarding traffic. The traffic schedule has been presented, and like John said, I think going through data and life and digging into traffic a little bit more will be helpful. But again, I think one of the comments was we are submitting different. It was supposed to be a few hundred, now it's 3,000. Again, trips are in and out, and even more so, like the van lot, and employees coming in with their personal vehicle, they're parking. They're taking a van, they're leaving. The van is coming back in, and they're going back into their employee vehicle and leaving. So that's 4 trips for that one person, just operating, different vehicles at each time. So it does add up quite a lot. In terms of like number of parking spaces, and we can go through this more in the traffic schedule, there are 558 van parking spaces that we're proposing. If in our traffic schedule, you'll see the amount of van trips are about 297, so call that 300. You need the 558 parking spaces for all the vans and their personal vehicles. So there's no room to reduce that. Same with employee parking. If you look at the traffic schedule, you'll see maybe 150 trips in coming at one time, and then also another, when the shifts are changing, another 150 is coming in while 150 is coming out. So you need the 321 employee parking spaces to count, so there's no backup and additional queuing of these employees as they're coming in and out of work at the same time.
Thank you.
It seems like we're wrapping up, but can I just clarify 2 or 3 things that I heard just really quick, because I think it's important for you to hear and the audience to hear. Number one, we have not ever asked for or suggested any tax relief for the site. I think it's important to get that on the record. Second, somebody said that we don't allow our employees to call 911. That's categorically false. Not only we would expect any employee who's experiencing a medical or public safety emergency, not just expect, but certainly hope that they will call 911 and work with site leadership in the event of any kind of issue. And so I don't know where that comes from, but just not the case. And then the average salary for an average hourly wage for hourly employees at a building like this is $23 an hour. Full-time employees actually have healthcare benefits day one, not a 90-day wait. So day one, they'll have the same healthcare that I do, right? That brings that to $30 an hour. That's a pretty nice benefit. Additionally, there will be salaried employees at this facility. And just as a note, the building we launched this past fall in Caribou, all 30 of those employees live in Aroostook County. So there's full and part-time jobs, and there's a wide profile of people, why they would take a job, what they're looking for, et cetera. So I do think that there is significant potential for this to be an employment opportunity for folks who live in this community. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm going to look to planning. We had 3 waivers. Regardless of the content, is there any benefit to discuss any of those this evening?
The only one you might is curb cut. The other 2, they would write down.
There's 2 waivers, so the waiver for the trailer trucks, they don't need because they're meeting the standard. Because they increased the size of the bays to meet our standards, so they don't need a waiver for that one.
So right now, in the waiver was requesting, one was 14 feet is in our standard, but they were going 13.5. So you're saying they're all 14 feet now?
There's, the building of this size, Gorham's ordinance requires 3 loading docks. We've revised the plan so that 3 loading docks are 14 feet wide, and the rest of them are going to be 13.5, which was what was originally marked on the plans.
So you don't need a waiver for that because you've met the minimum? Okay, so on page 3, I'm looking on page 3.
Flagged in the Wright Pierce memo that they are missing a couple, so maybe we double check it just to make sure. We'll double check.
I can tell you that we're requesting 2 waivers, one for the curb cut and one for the overhead electrical.
Okay, thank you. Is there any benefit for us to discuss those this evening?
It would let them know how to draw the next revision.
Okay, we got 6 minutes. Let's use all of it. As far as a waiver goes, I have heard we do not want to run electricity in the water. That doesn't really usually mix. So, well, I'm a mechanical guy, but that's what I've been told. I will vote for the waiver to allow for overhead utilities, and I'd like to hear from anyone else.
I was waiting for the opportunity to suggest that we would all get great gratification and satisfaction by getting something tangible done, and granting those waivers could be it.
How are you in favor of these? I want to go through. Mr. Walsh?
I'd like to know more about the overhead, because, what distance are we talking about traveling overhead? Is it just a short distance?
It's across 25, right?
Clear a truck at least, right?
Chris?
But it's got to cross 25 to get it to the corner. Yeah. Because they're gonna land right here.
Yeah, I mean, while he's looking that up.
Yeah, if you look at sheet C120 and 121, which is the utility plans, that's where the electrical is shown. On 121, there's a line that's marked OHU, which is overhead utility, coming from Route 25 onto the site. There's a couple of utility poles. That's where the service goes underground to the building, represented by the dashed line or hyphenated line. And then the line going to the left is OHU. That's going over to the western lot yes.
If we play maybe, the parking lot changes, no matter what, you need to waive it across 25 with this electric line.
Yes.
Because I know we were talking about grounding it now, but if that parking lot should be relocated, you still need to come across 25 with an overhead electric.
Correct.
So that is the waiver then. Everyone follow me on that?
I guess I'm not. So you're saying regardless, it has to come across 25 overhead. It can't go.
Correct.
It can't go underground on the other side of 25?
Can cross the street.
Underneath.
I don't think anyone wants to.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
I don't think so.
just to help clarify.
Mr. Norton,
we should look to Mr. Norton.
All right. So it has to go overhead. That's
Yeah,
fine.
so you wouldn't go with underground power under
Okay.
25. So the crossing on 25, I don't think is the waiver that's being requested.
No,
It's instead of going from their riser pole that comes across 25, instead of going underground to the parking lot, they're requesting the waiver to go overhead and then drop underground at a transformer at the parking lot.
Yeah. So what's the distance?
Over the Portland Water District's.
Right. No, I see it.
water main.
Well, just what's the distance?
I don't have it. It's probably around 500 feet, just based on the width of the easement that I'm looking at. But we're talking about 2 additional utility poles.
There's no public comment, I'm sorry.
I will specify for the planning board, the Portland Water District is extremely critical of utilities or utility poles or anything in their easement. So we've had to deal with them, and then especially when you're talking about the water main that serves Portland, right? They are very concerned with anything going in there that would affect reliability of that water main or their ability to maintain it. So hence why he's asking for the waiver.
Yeah. And Tom, I appreciate the fact that they have to have the waiver to get over the PWD line. It's just in my mind, I'm trying to picture, is it possible, if this is a very long line, should it be underground, then come up, cross over just the minimum amount, and then go back down? That's where I'm kind of going. And that's why I was trying to visualize what distance are we talking about? If it's just a short one, I don't have an issue with it. But if it's a long one, then I'd ask, is it possible to go underground and then come back up?
So it is just over 400 feet. It's about 420 feet.
And what's the required distance you have to do to safely get over the PWD easement and not have poles that they're going to yell at you about?
Their easement is 100 feet wide.
All right, so now you're down to 300 feet that is going to be overhead that would normally be underground. So now it's come down to a cost issue, right?
Clock is ticking.
I mean, I don't know if it's a cost issue. I wouldn't put it that way. It just seemed to make, if we had to go overhead to get across PWD, we're showing it that way.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm one person here.
No, I'm just looking at the clock, and we have another couple of things we got to finish up with.
Well, then maybe we need to table a discussion on the waivers.
Can we do one waiver? Can we agree on the 3 curb cuts?
Curb cuts, yeah.
Because they need to get forward and.
I'm fully supportive of the curb cuts. I think it's a good safety issue.
Well, are we going to talk about the overhead electric first?
All right. Well, we're happy to come back and provide more comments on this overhead. The only thing I will say is this: we did meet with CMP on the design for this project, and we've been working on it over the past few months. And this was their suggestion, and then we also went with Portland Water District that said that they would want to eliminate underground utilities near the easement as much as possible. So, yeah, we're happy to come back and provide you some more information from CMP. They put a lot of detail and planning on the locations of the overhead and where the poles are actually going, because they want to make sure they can service it and that it's in areas that are accessible for them as well. So they have put input on this and said that this is approved on their end. But happy to come back if you don't feel comfortable.
And if you folks feel you're fine with it, I can be swayed. Okay, I just was raising the question.
Sure, is there a motion then on the waiver for the overhead electric?
You can.
What?
She's saying that you voted to stop at 11, but you can vote to continue. If you have a few minutes left to, if you have a few minutes
This woman's
left.
making a comment that we voted to end at 11. Do we stop immediately right now and adjourn, or do we extend 10 more minutes?
Keep going. Let's get it done.
Keep going.
Is there a motion? Mr. Walsh?
So move to extend till we finish the discussion on the two waivers.
Frank, thanks. Vote to extend 10 minutes. All those in favor?
I think the motion was.
Motion was to extend till we complete the discussion on the two waivers, plus whatever else you have.
Okay.
Is there a second?
There was a second. Mr. Frank seconded that. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Did you get that vote? 5-2? Damon get it?
Yep.
So is there a motion on this overhead electric?
I'm gonna find it. 21.
You give a motion on.
Nobody get the motion. On page 3, it's item 2.
It's on page 21.
No, the waivers are on page 3. Item 2.
Is that your motion?
I can make a motion
Go ahead.
on the curb cut.
I'm asking about 2. I'm asking about
Mr.
overhead.
Chairman, I move to allow, excuse me, move to approve a waiver that, I'm trying to structure this a little bit. Move to, motion to approve a waiver requested to allow for overhead utilities only in locations to reduce impacts on the natural features and/or, now let's say what it is. Motion to approve to allow for overhead utilities to go across the Portland Water District easement.
Or to reduce impacts otherwise.
That sounds good too.
Sure, that was the motion. Is there a second, please? Mr. Delaney?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Everyone understand what we're looking at? We don't want to have water and electricity the same place. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Ms. Nichols, you wanted to talk about the curb cuts?
I would like to make a motion. I'm ready to make a motion.
Go.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the waiver requested from Chapter 300, Section 1.63A for 3 curb cuts rather than the allowed 1 curb cut.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Frank,
Thank you,
second.
Mr. Frank.
Nicely done.
I agree with this because I want to see more entrances and exits to reduce safety, and each of these entrances are dedicated for certain vehicles.
Yes,
So
that's the good part.
the patrons coming in and out should know, maybe not the first day, but after a week, they should know which correct driveway they should be going into and out of.
Well, and I'll say, having managed an industrial facility that shared a driveway for tractor trailer trucks and employees, I always wanted the second entrance. And because it was a safety hazard, having those 2 streams of traffic in one driveway.
A third means of egress as well for emergency vehicles, for whatever reason's going on. All right, we had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. to my right. Are we going to try and, page 35, we had 3 motions. We're going to even try.
Mr. Chair, I think that that's outside the scope of our agreed continuation for this evening.
Okay.
And I'm not going to participate.
Okay, okay.
To adjourn.
Yeah.
So then
I
is
think
that
what remains to be discussed is there a date?
Yeah.
You want to continue this to, or is the applicant going to come back when they're ready to come back?
That's between them.
Yeah, we will prepare responses and make sure we're calendared for a meeting, but we'll let you know the timing.
Is there a motion? We have any other business?
Yeah.
No other business.
Nothing. Mr. Norton, still awake? Thank you for staying. Colonel, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'm ready to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Third.
Anyone opposed? All those in favor? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:05.
Well done.